Shivers in my bones.
Shivers in my bones. Shivers, shivers, shivers,
Shivers in my bones.
shivers in my bones.
Shivers in my bones.
Shivers. Yeah, I got shivers in my soul. I can feel it in my toes. Bitch, I'm killing flows. I'm like winter snow on you silly hoes. Colder than a motherfucker. Bitch, I bring the blizzard home. I've been dropping sicker, thicker, quicker bars. Ain't sipping liquor, mind is clearer. On my way to Mars. And yeah, I'm headed for the fucking stars. Been dipping through the constellations in my Tesla car. Cause bitch, you know I'm hella hard. But it ain't no blue pill in my system, I'm just flexing bars. You couldn't cut up with a set of scars. You don't wanna let the choppers rain, I let Berettas bark. Cause I'm on my big dog shit. I'm out here grinding, you ain't talking about shit. Ayy. So don't mistake me for that kind of man. And take my kindness for that weakness that you got in hand. Bitch, I be damned, I be damned, I be damned. Now what's the plan? What's the plan? What's the plan? What's the plan? I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man. Ayy. 100 for 100 grand, homage to the million.
Deliver whichever, my living is better than time. But dividends different with times. I did with the nigga your spine. I figure with vigorous rhymes. And I've been hot since rock inside 6 shoes. Slide jitsu, I stick move, my chin's too tough. Like 10, 10, 2 up, and 10, 10, 2 stumps, and 10, and 10, 2 tuck, I 10, slide in 9, 10s, my thumbs. Test my luck, it's 777, spinning, tripping seconds, minutes, give a second win, it's my second text in my second sentence, pressing weight, pencils as dumbbells, pressure weighs on my pens and my thumbs stealth. I've been rapping so much, I think my lungs fell, it's like y'all forgot, New Year, knew you, without you, a ball to drop your sackless. I'm still waiting for you just to show me what real rap is. I'm for real, what I spill it will happen. I build madness. From screams, I am a thrill magnet. But still static and still ladder to build thrill addicts like chill at 'em. Yeah, you do them dirty. Yeah, dudes deserving the deuce I'm serving like Goose and Curry with juice in Jersey. I'm coolin' it, cool the lip in the talk back. Reefer smoke walk fast. So much smoke you can walk past and get a.
Yo, check. Show, I'm freaking scared cause I keep on staring at shit that just isn't there. So full of magic that I can lift a bear in the air. Show me a rapper you think that isn't square. I'll eat everything in this kitchen except the kitchen chair. Your chick's aware that I sniffed her hair. This affair isn't fair, but if you're lucky you'll take exquisite care. Just beware, I'm pulling out camcorders like this to Blair, which I'm weird. I ain't the tire that you can switch with spares. Get repairs, now every AI rapper is switching gears. Chris and Claire shooting up zombies like this the mission where the nemesis had slapped Lady Demetress, then he hit the stairs, walked away and puffed a cigar like he was kissing flares. The Fantastic Four was strong enough to punch through an elastic door like classic Thor. I'm Deadpool with plastic swords on the roof with a bazooka to take out a massive horde. Then I'm chilling, sitting and laying back with a glass of orange juice. Yeah, this a weird verse, are you mad at more? I can moonwalk throughout any room that don't have a floor. As a kid, bro, I was mad that I even had some chores. That was boring, I was the reason they changed the channel for.
What up, what up, what up? Happy Friday, happy Friday. Appreciate the room. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah.
We're in the countdown right now before we get started or whatnot. We're just trying to.
Pardon me, pardon me. This is my apology. KRS-One, this is my philosophy. Came a long way, got a pot to pee. I do deals through the nights, high sailing kites, taking flights. I was born in a life full of pain, full of love, full of wrong, full of rights. Yeah.
You said happy birthday or something.
Guess the recipe exposed. I'm a man, stripped the clothes off my flesh. Say I'm gutter to the bone. In this world came along, often different with my thoughts. Can't tell me anything. Grandma told me, boy, think. Ants biting up my body before she threw me in the St. Louisiana. I was raised with a squad full of saints. Cash money was an army, but no limit had to take. Have you ever seen murders, but they hollers with their pictures like they lock us up in cages like we're real, but amazing, kinda crazy. Making deals with a lady, going half on the baby. What is love? I was asked. Making all memories got me living in the past. Hustle corner stores, we was counting up chickens free. Derek Massey free. Got plans for my nigga. Need you back home, know your wife miss you. Hold your head, miss Nisha. Gotta paint a nice picture, know the time's hard. Pardon me, pardon me. This is my apology. KRS-One, this is my philosophy. Came a long way, got a pot to pee.
Send that fire to our narrow, y'all.
I do deals through the nights, high sending kites, taking flights. I was born in a life full of pain, full of love, full of wrong, full of rights. Yeah.
Check. Hey yo, this is my philosophy. You always be dope if you know what you're doing when you're hopping on an awesome beat. Take a tour straight through my mind, cause there's a lot to see. Never mind, can't open that door because I lost the key. This is for every person who ever crossed me. Yeah, I know crossed it is not a word, nigga, obviously. All of these rappers be really doing it sloppily. Half of y'all might as well get your beats in them all to me. I'm in a tree swinging heartily, cause life is depressing. I just hope when I die somebody honors me. All this week people been randomly throwing shade, cause I'm not a weak rapper, that's why I be getting paid. And the garbage be racking up every single day. If you don't skip the line, you'll never be getting played. It's like shout out to Pee-wee's Biggest Adventure. I had the same bike cap, but I can do this all day. Y'all have a great night.
Pardon me, pardon me. This is my apology. KRS-One, this is my philosophy. Came a long way, got a pot to pee. I do deals through the nights, high sending kites, taking flights. I was born in a life full of pain, full of love, full of wrong, full of rights. Yeah.
Still in the countdown, we almost there. We got 2 minutes, 46 seconds left. Share it up. Tag an artist.
Told you I could run the game with some A6. Ballin' like the Celtics way back in A6. I ain't nothing that you really should play with. Get it through your head, I hope that this makes sense. Call it Mardi Gras, see different faces. Dodging bullets like I live in the Matrix. Rushing for it cause I ran out of patience. Ain't a better me, won't find a replacement. Keep your eyes on me, don't need no surveillance. Still be working when I'm on a vacation. Jamal Adams, I'm the best in the nation. For the fame and not just for entertainment. I can body beats on any occasion. Shots I'm taking start to come with some traces. Here forever, I could do this for ages. We could really get this poppin', no ecstasy. I've been dropping records like it's a felony. I'm the teacher here, but they were still testing me. I just leave it be if it was not meant for me. I'm still really dope without methamphetamine. Melanated boy with bars and the melodies. Don't forget the things that these people said to me. Work for what I want, cause this life is never free. Cold with the lyrics, so you know that I can still find my way right through the heaviest snow. Higher than levels that you have achieved. I got too much to be, I'm just letting you know. I've been to hell and back, I got too much on my chest. That's the reason that I do the most. I can go any direction I want, so I'm swerving through lanes, but I'm out of control. I'm a mechanic with the way I keep a tool in the bag. Ahead of all my competition, I'm gonna come in and last. You talking tough, but in reality, I knew you was cap. I'm fully automated with the way I'm shooting too fast. I know you only talking cause you never get it involved. And now you wonder all the reasons that you never evolve. It's crazy how you did the dirt, but I was taking the fall. But I'ma make it to the top and I don't care what it costs. Over here it gets cinematic, you know that I pen and pad. No need to be sentimental, cause Aaron be making magic. Imagine I'm never lacking, I promise I'm never slacking. The kid really going places, and why I just got to pack it. I'm taxing toes and I'm dragging bodies when I'm in action. They said I won't make it, and that's the reason I made it happen. I'm lapping the game and it matters me that they couldn't pass it. You say you was spoke, but I got some fire, you couldn't match it.
Bruh.
You know this is over, you know you was dead, don't need a full disclosure. You do this for fun, but I do this to focus. And you out of line, but I keep composing and I keep the motion. Even at my lowest, call me Danny Phantom. With the way I'm ghosting, I'm on top of things because I know I'm chosen, only getting closer.
Listen. Yo, told you I'm an alien with a spaceship. You gon' feel it when you disintegrated. Superhero, so you know I'ma save shit. Was a gamer till I broke my PlayStation. Tried to fix it, but I didn't have patience. Brought another cause I wanted to play with all my games. And I'm a rapper, so wait. Send me the beat so I can kill it like Jason. When I was 3, I would get up and get out the crib and then laugh and then walk out my house. Always on top with a ceiling or roof. I was weird cause I kinda would talk to my couch. Way too much imagination, you wouldn't believe all the things that would come out my mouth. Wanted a big body Benz, but I don't have no money or license and not from the south. I heard the song and then I told him to send it shit. Saw the door was open, so I just entered it. People used to say I sounded like Eminem. Every lyric was embedded with venom and maple syrup with some edible cinnamon. If you tired, I can bring a whole pillow and I'll keep going, man. You know that I'm feeling it. This what happens when you full of adrenaline, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I'm gentle but crazy a little, or may need some Ritalin. Playing a fiddle in Haiti for some random lady who's 80 and may need a hip again. I ain't no hypocrite, ain't no one listening. I'm in the kitchen with Kaya and venison. If I was stuck on an island, and I would tell Skipper that we need to make it to Gilligan. Piece of Yoda when I need to know what I can eat with soda. Mona Lisa knows what I need the toes. I wanna eat the whole pizza with beef and throw up. Stranger things, man, we need Renona. I need to grow up or 60 donuts. I'll swiftly go nuts on this beat. So what? You miss me, don't you?
No, it's fine. We're about to start the live right now. If you are here for the first time,
Autobots, share the stream.
a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chilling, having cigarettes with oddish in a wonderland. I'm realer than a kid within a.
All right, so if you're here for the first time, pretty much we're a live music reaction and review show for independent art. Oh my gosh, why? I always gotta do stuff in the middle of freaking things. All right, there we go. We are a live music reaction and review show for independent artists, producers, and bands across the globe. So if you make music, yes, you can send that to the show. The only thing that we try to not have you send is anything that is industry related. That just equates to any record that's already on the radio, major record label signed artists where the label hasn't, whitelisted the records and stuff like that. Don't send us Drake or Kendrick or Jay-Z or Nas or Joyner Lucas, SZA, Aaliyah, Madonna, insert any artist that you know, that we know, that you know, that we all know. If they're not independent, we pretty much will be affected in certain streams or whatnot. We tend to either cut the stream, block it, flag it, mute it, all that good stuff. So we want to try to make sure that we can get you guys actually played, and people can go back to the stream to watch the full video and content. But if you can't find a stream that you were played on, it was one of the artists through the stream that might have sent something that caused that, because I always try to make sure every stream can be saved and is uploaded to our YouTube. So just make sure you guys tap in to all our platforms or whatnot. It's completely free to submit to our show, but if you do not want to wait, or if you want to get more than one of your records played back to back, go ahead, skip the line, hit that Cash App, PayPal, Super Chat. Galaxies on the TikTok side count as skips as well. And we do have Venmo, Chime, most things outside. We don't have Apple Pay yet, but everything else we got. And other than that, we do giveaways on the show if we happen to reach certain amounts. Let me go ahead and spin that wheel to see what amount we have to get to today in order to do the spins and stuff like that, right? We go from 25, 50, 75, and 100 or whatnot. 25 being the lowest. So if we get there, basically at every increment of 25, we would end up, spinning a wheel for those that are in it. So let's see what we have right quick before we get things started. Oh, all genres are accepted. Of course, I'm your host, Nonsense, aka Dork Genius, aka Chris Nonsense, aka Your Mama's Hero Dork, aka Your Dork for Hire, aka El Dorky Corbon, aka Dorky Sokense, aka I got way too many names. Nobody cares. Let's try to figure out where this thing is at. Oh, and then some people do like to know what qualifies you to do this. Why? Who are you? So I rap, I produce, I do mix and master. Have been making music since '97. Shout out to I can just the year. That's the year I believe Biggie might have passed, if I'm not mistaken. It was either Biggie or Pac. Somewhere within that time frame. And I know for a sure Wu-Tang Forever came out that year. So when everybody, the bomb atomically, Socrates, that was that's the first song that inspired me to really want to get in there and figure out how to rap or whatnot, right? So for me, it was a gold mine of just all right, I see what it is, man. And then of course shortly after that, I favored Redman and Ludacris, Eminem towards the end of that year. 75, right? 75 for today. So if we get to 75, we'll be spinning that wheel. So if we do end up getting skips, we'll let you guys know. We'll keep you updated. Only the people who do skip the line will, of course, be on those wheels. So good luck to you. Let's close this window. And then we'll close some of the other ones pretty much right when we get started. We got Desden, and this one is called Beat Mode. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. He said, shout out to Smooth. What's up? Honey George, welcome back. Decoded. We got a few producers in the building. There's a lot of freaking people in the backyard. A lot of people in the chat finna go act hard. I don't know why the hell you think you got the black card. And sometimes people will know that you could. Where the heck you gonna go though? You like me better take a photo. Lord of the Rings, you call me Frodo. People be like, oh no, what the fuck? Oh no, what the I'm trying to figure out what the chorus would be. Hey yo, trying to figure what the chorus would be. Ain't nobody wanna chill up in the forest with me, cause when I pull up out a blunt and shit and ask you, hey, like if you want this shit, sometimes freaking we're getting hunted with freaking all of the wolves, and I don't know where the heck to go, but I'm eating these tacos like I got them all from Mexico, and people always wanna figure out the ways that you can maybe not get hit by Cyclops' rays when he freaking opens his eyes, and sometimes like in a video game, and I hope you gon' die so I can get my freaking turn and shit. Matter of fact, when it comes to like all the weed, I'ma burn this shit. Matter of fact, me to tourniquet probably won't help you, but if you be bleeding, and sometimes like people think that I'm stupid and don't be reading, but people they playing half of these video games be cheating, and I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do, but homie, I creep in to a random house, and people also know that I'm a dork with freaking glasses and shit. That's why I'm standing out, and people also like go outside, get the GPS, and then they plan their route. I'm still trying to think. All of y'all are smoking while I'm still trying to think. A lot of y'all can freaking freestyle, but sometimes, dog, you gotta try some ink. I also want to tell you that I'm on the brink of success, and I don't even know if I really want to be stressing. And the lesson that you can learn from me, just make sure that you don't be naked and get undressed when you're in the wrong freaking situation. And sometimes you know there's lots of people who skip because they got no patience. And if you got it, you in the line and finish fine, freaking you know what, dog, I am real live and penalized, and some of y'all freaking gonna get penalized, and y'all don't even think that I'm penalized or penalized. What do you guys think of this beat so far? First time submitting, that's what's up. Welcome to the stream. We accept all genres, beats, songs, music videos, live performances. And just in case you haven't submitted to the right place, let me put the link in the chat. It's always pinned though, or it should be pinned. It should be pinned to the bottom. There's a lot of time where like freaking you see a flower and it'll randomly just start to blossom, and I think it's awesome that I freaking went outside at night freaking time and I saw a possum, and it saw some other random shit that tried to get it, tried to kick it. Matter of fact, you know what? I will look up at a hieroglyphic. People also telling me that I'ma tell y'all that I always wanna try to be a psycho witness. I'm like no witness that you've ever seen, cause I ain't seen shit. Matter of fact, I'm no, what you say? Always done the work, that's what's up. There's a lot of downs, I don't even know about your mind. So, only thing that I can say about this beat, we'll talk about it just in a moment. So, I like, you know, pretty much most everything that's there, right? You see a few change ups here and there with certain aspects, with like, you know, the beat going in and out and things like that. You know, build up was interesting. I feel like there are definitely some artists that'll, you know, either be more of the fast kind of rapper. I always think of Ludacris for everything. For some reason, man, Luda always comes to mind. And there's almost no beat that I can't hear him on, because that's what he's proved. He's hopped on straight hip hop beats, more southern driven beats, strip club records, more pop driven records. Like anything that you try to come at him with, like he'll hit up. And with this, he'll do like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know the sort of style and elements that he do. But I hear I hear, you know, him or just, you know, a rapper getting on that. You could sing, but you know, it would be alright if you had a singer on it. You know, you gotta really come with something different. I think on that type of beat, but it definitely fits more of a rapper. My criticism though was more wanting the low end to come up, man. Like you gotta have the drums nice and crispy, man. Like when the drums are done well on any beat, you could have the drums by themselves and we will still figure out a way. Like we'll feel it. Like, and it's sometimes gonna be a make or break depending on what the beat might be for, right? So I'll say this, for like video games and certain sync licensing, they're not so much concerned with a beat bumping because that would most likely distract from the dialogue in the commercial or whatever it might be, right? So they want the focus to really be, okay, yeah, there's some, you know, decent music there, but it shouldn't just like, you know, bombard people with that. And video games, same thing. Like there are dope soundtracks that we've heard outside of like Grand Theft Auto and Saints Row and the ones that have radio stations with actual songs in it. Yeah, like you'd want it to have that proper you know, low end because it would be initially an actual song kind of thing. But if we're talking a level and like a side scroller, just something else, right? They're looked at a little bit differently, and so you don't make the same type of production in that same way, right? Like movies have scores. They will go and get an orchestra to sort of compile like the emotions for many scenes or whatnot, right? When you get a beat or something like this in a movie that's not attached to an artist, give or take maybe Bad Boys, you know what I'm saying? One of the films in the Bad Boy franchise when they're just like trying to figure out who did what and, you know, go and do their recon and you know, and then a shootout breaks out and then a whole other piece of, you know, thing comes on. But what do you guys think about that? Give y'all thoughts in the chat, and I'm gonna go back into the cusp. We got 6.5 out of 10 from Decoded on that. You know, it says thanks, you know what I'm saying, keep them coming, fair rating. Shout out to Smooth on that, and it was all right, buddy. Let's see. He said, I do it all, trap, drill, boom bap, and R&B are my faves, though. He said, does anyone like it? Does anyone like it? So what I also want to recommend to you guys, right? Something that, like, we're too far removed from, like, different generations of artists, producers. Like there was a time where I could say like my generation was probably lucky because we had consistent things that taught us about what the culture of hip hop, all the genres, but when it came to hip hop, what it meant to be original, to have your own sound. How lucky we were to not have everyone trying to go after the same exact type of record. In fact, you were like, if I want to make something slightly similar, I got to go to the same producer, right? If I'm going to make a Timberland-like record, you can't have someone random make a Timberland-type beat. You go to Timberland. You go to Swiss Beats for that sound. You go to Pharrell. You go to Alchemist, to Kanye, to Dre, you know what I mean? Like there were very specific sounds that were out, and that branding is important because for the people who like really want to have the bragging rights of like, yo, I got a so-and-so beat. That's why it's important for you to have your own sound, like no type beats, to make something that is very specifically you, to figure out if you can bring out an original sound and collection of sounds where no matter what type of beat that you make and what genre you get in, we can still tell it's you. That's what I always admired about a Timberland or Pharrell and so on, is like we could always hear it, and without even needing to sort of like look up, hey yo, who made that? The sound was always apparent. And so I think we really have to still push that as something that is a positive thing to do. While it may be easier to go in and try to, let me just make a type beat, right? Because people are going to be searching for that. I think it inspires the wrong situations. A type beat will spawn a type artist. So you make a Drake type beat, you just spawned another artist that already is inspired by Drake, who then finds that beat and then wants to basically be a clone of them. And we need to push people in that direction of being yourself, telling your own story, figuring out what your sound can be. Because essentially all the artists that you guys listen to, if you're looking for their type beats, when does your type beat start to step in, right? If someone's looking at you like, oh man, let me make a beat for them, and you have to insert your artist name and say type beat, that's what you guys want to be thinking about, just as artists. And then for the production, you guys are the pioneers of the sound. So if you're not figuring that out, the tag is kind of the next best thing. If you have a tag that's very recognizable and gives it that quality stamp, that's the only other side of the coin. If you're not gonna have like your own sound, like again, I know what Swiss Beats beat, from a mile away, the Pharrell sound, like we're not gonna just name them all over again, but that kind of stuff does man. Let me see. And then what you say? Yeah, fam. Well, let me see. You say, let me know if my style matches your vibe, and let's get it cracking. Mainly old school vibe. No, listen. We love all eras, all genres, and I feel like to an extent everybody has a different level at which they place each genre of music and certain sounds. There are artists who will impress them in genres that we may not always go searching for, and then you kind of bring a respect to it, so you never know what your record is going to do. And that nostalgia is always something that if you do it right, people will accept it. When we think about Uptown Funk, you know what I mean? Like, that was legit a new funk record. It wasn't him doing a cover of another song. So he kind of opened up that door for that style of music to come back, if people are sort of interested, because it kind of reinvigorates the popularity there. Let me jump back in the free line. We have Big Dizzy of LOD, La Resistance. Let me see what you got. Let me go down a little bit. Yeah, keep up cover. Keep up cover. Hold on. Where I was supposed to bring the TikTok up over here. Let me see. Okay. Where is my TikTok live? Where is my TikTok live? Carolina in the building. Oh, Carolina. Just like a helicopter. Who's popping in Carolina right now that you think is worth mentioning? Like, who are some of your influences that keep you going, out there? What'd you say? And you said just don't put 20 producer tags in the thing on YouTube. So here's the thing, right? If someone does that, they're trying to make sure that like you purchase your tracks today, man. You know what I mean? Unless they say that it's a free beat, then like the tag will be something that's like, look, you want this thing, like, hit me up. Actually, just make sure that you contact the producer and stuff like that, right? But for the most part, what I was referring to is more of the something you put at the beginning and on beat and sync with your production somewhere in the beginning. Like Alchemist always does it kind of perfectly. Just Blaze I would hear a lot, and you expect that sound from him as well. Pharrell doesn't have one. Swiss Beat doesn't really have one. Well, sometimes Swiss Beats, or he'll do certain things, but I don't think it's always like the same exact thing. Timberland doesn't have one either. But again, like I said, those producers have a very specific sound that they'll go with. And you said, I popped the skip the line. Okay, we got you coming up next. Let me go ahead and press play on this, and then we'll...
Oh my God.
Why is that so loud, sir? Bro.
The revolution won't be televised. So cut your television off, they just telling lies. They want you traumatized, that'll make you comply. Yeah, I'm gonna ride for my cause till it's motorized. So tell them, they give you hope just to wash that shit away like soap. But you can find me in the trees, I'm just hanging like a rope. Tell them crackers kiss my ass, cause I'm still selling dope. What you expect a nigga do? My whole life I've been broke. Junkie fiending for that.
Okay, we need a better mix for this one.
Try to act like nothing's ever wrong. When these rappers try to make a clever song, you know, what they do would never get along. They fix the COVID, now we'll never share a bomb. I've been trying to fix the rap game for the longest. I ain't gonna lie, man, your rap's really garbage. Speak what's on my mind, cause I'm actually honest. You feel this in your eye and your back and your arm check. I got shaved right.
Alright, so this right here, man, I wanted to like it too, because I'm like, oh, okay, let me see what the, you know, the little violin, cello, you know, kind of sound. What is it gonna do? You know, where's it gonna go? But it was overbearing. It was like you were competing with that instrument, and that's never a good thing, Rand. You always, you know, I always talk about balance on the show. Balance with anything. Too much or too little of anything on the planet, literally, it just doesn't feel right? Because, I mean, obviously it's gonna feel like there's not enough, or, you know, you're almost gonna have a panic attack on what's happening. I liked what you were doing. I like what the drums were doing. That was fine. It's just literally as like, and I liked what it was doing. I just didn't like how loud it was, right? So go back in, cut that down, you know what I'm saying, a few notches, right? Get that thing proper, and then resend that one to the show. You know, you can get back in the overall lineup or whatnot. So if you can go back in and try to redo that mix, you'll have something. I wanted to hear it too, but I was like, whatever you done did, it's a little bit much. And then what did you say? Should put mine in a free line. Did you send it to our Nero? If you send it to our, if you sent anything to the email, don't do that. Send it to our Nero, you should be good. Or if I was just laughing in there, man. Listen, yeah. Look, and we like, you know, we like live instrument situations, right? Even if it may come from like a synthesizer or something like that, there's still the idea of what it can be live with a real, you know, thing and stuff like that. Like, there's always an opportunity to make that Tiny Desk version of the record both recorded as audio and something of, you know, the actual live performance with an audience and stuff like that. Like, you have no idea how many actual fans want any and everything from you guys, right? If they can get those, yeah, like you performed at Madison Square Garden, you got really good audio, you know, of it, like, and there was live instruments and stuff. Like, you don't think people would want that both visually and audio wise? Like, we've bought albums like that because we wanted to feel like we were there, you know, any way possible or whatnot. And that's why they eventually would start coming out with the DVDs and, you know, Blu-rays of the concerts, and, you know, just try to give you as much of the experience so that, you know, oh shit, they do it like that, let me make sure I go over there next time, and then get in there. Let's go ahead and get this skip up. Big Dizzy, you gotta redeem yourself, my brother. My brother Big Dizzy had tried his hand, but failed the old, I don't even know. So let me see what this skip is. One song back to back. What is a one song back to back? That don't even make sense. This is one song.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me,
This is right here. Our first skip of the day. Oh, we should actually do something for first skips each episode kind of thing, man. I don't know what it will be though. You know what I'm saying? You know what? I will let you. I usually wait for a certain amount for the thing or whatnot, but yeah, I want to have something. I don't know, right? Today I'm gonna let you spin the giveaway wheel just cause, right? You know what I'm saying? So how about that? But which one? All right, this will determine which one of those wheels you get to spin first. Hold on, I didn't take it over here to the thing so you can see it. Oh snaps! You get to spin the 100 one. So hold on, let me open that, and I'm gonna spin this for you. Whatever this lands on, you win right in your pocket. You see? I may not do this every single time, but I do want to do something. Is that hop? Everybody hop, hop, hop. Oh, I think you're gonna win the free interview. How many songs? What would it say? Oh, free interview plus album review, my bro. So essentially, we would do an interview via. Do I still use them? It would be via Zoom. And we do a full album review. You know, if you got something, if you want to make one, you know what I'm saying, take some time, do a very specific album with a theme and stuff that we can talk about, you know, via each song and stuff like that, you'll be able to do that. But that is in your pocket. Screenshot if you need to, so you remember what it was. There you go. You can just rewind it if you need to. But there we go. And of course, we'll be spinning another wheel if we get to 75 still. That was a little quick celebration right there. He said, I have an album in the works. There we go. So when you're done with that, bring it to the show and then we'll, you know, showcase it, talk about it, stuff like that. Congratulations. He said, come on, Dorky, Discord, Zoom or whatnot. I haven't tried it via Discord yet. So I have to see how things would work, what I need to work out on the back end for the interviewee to be able to hear the music on their end that I'm playing of theirs and vice versa and stuff like that. So I just need to make sure that it would work. But
what are the psychological benefits? It has a calming effect, and it also has a pathogen effect. Similar to
the
MDMA,
sequel,
where it makes you feel
Wonderland
better about
Part 2.
It's definitely reduce anxiety in me.
Do you consider yourself
music.
high?
In a higher state of consciousness, but not high.
Said shrews down the hedge, give the universe complete control. On the road, down the rabbit hole when time froze. Has a smell of white rose, I touch it, I watch it. Turn to gold, detached from all reality. But all I see is darkness, rain pouring over a black sea. Surrounded by sunken ships where dead men tell no tales. I'm looking back on my past mistakes and fails. I'm trying to escape these four walls inside my mind. Yeah, calling my cell, but to no avail. Not a soul in sight or a signal. I'm just looking for a sign or a light to guide me, cause I'm going blind to the road ahead of me. I'm trying to maneuver through all the pain and agony, learning how to cherish the love and the hate that people give to me.
All these experiences, they ain't free. Yeah, they cost a heavy fee up on my soul. Looking back at my life as I grow old. Memories, dreams, ambitions fade away to another day that never seemed to resurface. Till you're drowning in regret, screaming, what's your purpose? What did you do to deserve this? Playing the victim, nothing's gonna change. Till you flip the script and the mindset up on its head. You see the bullshit that you deal with is caused by the man in the mirror. Once you see that shit becomes a little bit clearer.
So it's mind expanding as opposed to escapism. It's a helpful and beneficial compound that is good for everybody.
What change can someone who's decided to start microdosing expect to see in themselves?
Intention is critical. So what you expect or want out of the compound seems to happen, even though that does sound a little on
How
the
do you choose what audio bites that you want on the song?
I've been losing sleep to find the root of the issue. The spirit's telling me my soul keeps writing in riddles and tongues to share my pain and artistry with you. Just let these hot rhymes hit you deep. I've been biding my time in the darkest shadow, studying the monsters inside of my mind, seeing all the bad habits, ready to annihilate, eliminate, waiting for the right moment to grab it on the attack and let them have it. Reborn as I shatter the ego, faded fragments of the past fade away as I let go. I became cold-hearted cause the world's so cutthroat. I met a couple warm souls on my journey to help me see the light that began to ignite.
What's good?
The revolution of my mind. In the moment of time, I started wrecking the mic with my tongue twisted, wicked thoughts center stage in front of 50,000 faces, people, gods and demons, all equal. Thinking I'm all for coming out for the sequel. Just what's the future that she sold inside of a crystal ball? Every moment of the rise and even the moments that I fall, I sat back and off from what I saw, locked jaw wide open, frozen. I realized this is the life the gods have chosen. Now I cherish every moment.
Why are people doing this?
I think more and more people want to, if you'll allow me to put a word on it, they want to start cultivating wisdom. Psilocybin could improve your insight, right? Improve the reduction of your egocentrism, your ability to pick up on other people's perspectives, and also enhance your capacity for self-transcendence, which is what you need to overcome self-deception. And I would say that's the core of wisdom.
Interesting.
Did you do it on shrooms? Like, listen, what the hell you do with my broom? I gotta sweep shit. Sometimes I be taking a freaking shroom when I'm freaking fall asleep quick. Freaking I don't know if I see shit, or freaking I don't even know if I'm getting seasick, or people that grab it and then try to freaking keep it, but they don't like know if it is the cheapest. Don't even really know if it. All right. So let's see where to start with this one. Straight hip hop, 90s boom bap style. I always appreciate any artist who is willing to get into that vibe and those sounds today. I'm always very nostalgic, and I feel like there are pillars and certain sounds of the culture and of hip hop that have been a little bit of a mainstay, and so I will never get tired of it as long as you have a way to really get in there, have a topic, really rap, show us what you can do. And often we just wait for everybody to find that right beat in some of these different genres that allow you to be basically the best version of you. The overall production in terms of like the sample is familiar. I remember hearing quite a few different beats that sampled that different, and it's always dope to see how different each one might be. For the most part, I think most people have kept it intact, mostly with where you have it going through. There's not too much chopping that I have seen. So a lot of the producers like the melodies that arise from it or whatnot. And then you can tell that you are a storyteller, a lyricist, right? So you get in there and you give it that authentic hip-hop sound. If you cut the beat completely, like you'll be able to tell that you are someone that is of the culture. So I appreciate that. And then another hip-hop thing that you did is the sort of soundbite in between. The soundbite as the chorus kind of thing. Sometimes it's a DJ like scratching and then throwing certain things in, or it's a certain soundbite that pertains to a little bit of what you want to get off or whatnot. And I always do ask, like, how do you choose what you want to put where? And even just making that choice outside of coming up with a chorus and stuff. And then when you do that, did no actual chorus cross your mind after you finish each verse? And so you just decided, well, you know what, let me just add these sound bites instead. Because I always think about what does the artist do in a live performance. If this song is that value to you, and you go out there and perform during that live performance, as the sound bite part would come up, do you just like take that time to drink some water? You know what I mean? Like, I always think about that kind of stuff, man, because there were many times where I've in the past added the chorus from if I sampled something, it was the chorus from the actual sample, right? Because I always wanted people to know what it was and stuff, and so I would keep it in there. But eventually I realized, like, but then what am I doing while that's going on? As the chorus is playing and people are hearing it as like a fast chipmunk version or like a slow fat man guy or whatever, it felt awkward to just stand there. So eventually I was like, okay, if you do that, you gotta have ad-libs or something that come in at a certain point. You got to figure out ways to still make yourself a part of the chorus. And then eventually I just stopped actually doing the sample choruses because I didn't want to just have again minimal sort of like input on those parts. And you want people to see you do what you can do with that. So I tend to wonder what you want to do. Let me see what you get shared in the chat real quick. Which side should I go? Let me blow down to this aisle and throw the TikTok over here so I can see you guys over on this end. There we go. So I agree. And you said you needed more flows and stuff like that. Let's see. Hold on. You said I wrote this song after a 9-gram mushroom trip, so definitely wanted something to accent the subject matter, but also couldn't think of a dope hook for the song and stuff like that. So it was after like the come down kind of thing. Like, all right, let me go through the experience, and then after, let me get some rest, wake back up, and then I'll see what comes to mind. You know what I'm saying? I would imagine like trying to do it during would have been a bit of a task. You probably would have ended up just like trying to freestyle something random, but like what it does through your mind, and like you're looking at letters. I will listen when I tell you, don't clap. Just know I tried to do an episode once, and that's the only time that I ever freaking did that, because right at some point, man, it was a really good song that it came through, right, and it was like the perfect song for that, and like for whatever reason I couldn't find the words to like express how I felt about it. My mind was just like blank for about like 3 minutes or freaking so. And then at some other point in the stream, aside from seeing many different colors and equations, the letters in the freaking email started turning into shapes, right? And so I'm trying to pull out emails like, what the freak, man? Like who? And then people were skipping the line, and I'm like trying to find it, but then the email kept moving a whole nother spot, not because another person sent in, just because that's just what it wanted to do. So I wouldn't recommend doing it on certain things, people, is all what I'm saying. It was a fun experience or whatnot. I gotta see if I can find that episode again, but I'm curious on what it feels like to then listen to that song, on it, and if there's some resonation. The album cover, I know, would be something trippy to just like look at during that for sure. We have Decoded with Curtain Closes Acapella. I gotta see what this even means or whatnot. Curtain Closes Acapella. What you gotta explain this one, Decoded. We're back in the overall lineup. What do you say? This is a chill song, something to throw you off or whatnot, man.
Yo, I'm Decoded. I think I might be able to rap a little, so I guess I'm just gonna give it a shot.
I'm confused.
Y'all are annoying like barking dogs in a parking lot. Y'all just bark a lot. I don't give a fuck if it's dark or not. I hit you with a beam and start sparking shots. Tear you into parts, load you into a paddy wagon. Yeah, I was cool at the start, but you fucking with the damn dragon. Pants sagging. Gotta make room for my dick. I wig a little bit till your girl comes and give me the clit. Outstanding. Probably the most underrated rapper here. In fact, I can hear talking in the halls that some of y'all wish I would disappear. Well, sorry to burst your bubble, but if you're looking for trouble, I don't keep it subtle. I use your words of hate till I become great like this year. Plus, if you ever did say something wrong, I would just call your mom so we can cuddle. I'm Decoded. Can't wait till I'm goaded. Eat you rappers till I'm bloated. Better take notice. I'm ready to show this, so hold your noses. I'm ready to drown y'all in the river of your tears that you've been floating. Curtain closes.
It's not that it was like super bad, but I had to hit really after.
What they do will never get along. The COVID now will never share a bone. I've been trying to fix the rap game for the longest. I ain't gonna lie, man, your rap's really garbage. Speak what's on my mind, cause I'm actually honest. You feel this in your eye, in your back, in your arm check.
So, okay, let me run it down for you, right? So it was basically just an acapella. You know, whether it was freestyled or written, I think it felt more written than anything or whatnot. I do like written just raps, freestyles, you know, acapellas in most cases, but it depends on how I think it's presented, right? These days, I think where people accept them the most are like battle rap, right? And when it comes to you just randomly being out there and then, you know, maybe you have a conversation with somebody on the bus stop or whatever, and then they say, oh yeah, man, I rap. And then, what, you rap? Bust a rap for me or something, you know? And then they just like freestyle. And in those situations, you know, yeah, like what else are you gonna do unless you have or pull out your phone and pull up some random type beat and like freestyle to that. But acapella, I think it only really works in certain situations. You also gotta have a lot of conviction. You know what I mean? Like, you can tell it's something that you had fun with, but with you, I'm always watching the growth, right? I'm still waiting for you to hit that point where what we hear from you is like that mixture of the playfulness, but then confidence, right? Like, I want you to be a little bit more cocky and like at that stage of like, I know I'm the shit or whatnot, but I don't hear it just yet. So it makes what you say, if it's something, you know, like, we can't just simply say we're the best or this and that. Like, people won't believe it because they need the confidence to sort of like match with it. Think about like ODB, you know, and things that he would say, or Mystical or Busta Rhymes or whatnot. If they said it with any other energy than what they have, like, nothing that they say would be believed, and it would just be like, what are they doing, right? So often it'll sound like you're just saying your raps as opposed to performing it. And then, I mean, you started it off with like, you know, more of what felt like Eminem's you know, rap and thing that he did or whatnot. So I was like, is he just doing like just straight up Eminem's whole verse or something, you know? And eventually you sort of, you know, branched off from that, but immediately people are going to jump in to that kind of mindset of like, oh, he's, you know, trying to jock M a little bit. But if you're gonna even do that, like, you already know you gotta be on a certain level that M would be like, I need to reach out and like, let's do a record, right? Because the artists that have done it more or less and I would say like successfully, and where it sounds like you can tell there's an influence. But they also have a lot of themselves in them and are, again, really good. They rap. Most of them have actually got to do a song with him, like Logic, Joyner. What still hasn't happened, I believe, maybe Hobson, which I think should still be in the cards. I still want to see that. I don't know if Token yet did one with him, but these artists, I think, have been able to get in there and sort of have the influence but be themselves, still be dope, have the confidence, make dope videos. And then there was one more thing that I wanted to say. What did you say? What did you? He said NF 2 need one. Yep. But and then Windex. So Windex takes it a little bit a step further because Windex raps himself, right? He has his own music, but what he got known more for was doing skits as Eminem in different situations. So he's always like, he walks around, stubs his toe, and then starts freestyling as Eminem, as if he's freestyles about everything or whatnot. I hit my toe, and I hit the different toe to get this. Again, it'll be something that sounds like M would legit say it, and is mad entertaining. Like, if he hasn't come across him, if M hasn't acknowledged him yet, like, I feel like he should, because he's done at least the like, let me legit be, M kind of thing, the best. I wish we could just like watch all the videos right now and whatnot. But anyways, it was different. It was definitely different. There aren't too many artists who would have sent an acapella to the show. And you know what? I appreciate you for being brave and wanting to even try it, more or less. But more confidence, man. When we're gonna say I'm dope as shit without a beat, like, you gotta like prove that. Otherwise, it ends up kind of feeling a little bit lackluster. Like, again, me. I'm imagining what you just did in a battle rap crowd kind of scenario. So everybody's there, they're like standing around in a circle, there's a big crowd, and like if you say something dope, then like they'll go hype, right? But if you don't have that confidence with what you say, or maybe some line was a little bit too simple, and if everybody can kind of predict where you might go with certain things, then it starts to fall apart a little bit. So practice that. I do want you to come back to that and really like try to record it like 5-10 different times or whatnot, right? Try it in so many different ways so you can really get in there and have that full performance for it or whatnot. What up? Yeah, what's up, people? What's good? You said, look what I'm planning. I don't know what are you planning? Let me see real quick. Let me read the chat off y'all, and then we'll jump back in the lineup. You said I got one in my pocket too. Could I now? Okay, you were talking about that. Solid. Okay, that was the last one in there. And then y'all was talking about Discord. Appreciate you checking it out. Yep, no doubt. Okay, hold on. Don't have Discord. I'm trying to catch up. Hold on, man. I'm trying to convince myself. Let me see. And he's definitely a bug. He's definitely a big inspiration for me. And then let me see. Look what I'm planning. And then especially me. Right. What was the question? You said especially me, right? Especially me. I didn't want to add myself to that to the lineup at all or something like that. I am influenced though. You know what I mean? Like for me, like when I started rapping, again, it was in '97, so Wu-Tang had came out with Wu-Tang Forever. Twista had dropped Adrenaline Rush. 3 6 Mafia, I think, Tear the Club Up, you know, and they were working on that album. But I used Wu-Tang as the like, how do I rap, you know? And I studied their album and lyrics and just how they rap. They were the first sort of artists that I was like, let me write down the lyrics and like just see structure. How do I write like this? And then at the end of that year, right? Because honestly, before that moment that I heard him, I wasn't myself yet artistically. Like I didn't have the like, oh, you can like legit just be yourself. M was the thing that showed me that. Like if you're, you know, goofy, you're silly or whatnot, right? And Redman eventually started being a little bit more that you know, goofy side as well. And you know, Method Man embraced that a little bit more. So I started seeing artists that just embraced being more animated and still dope with it, right? That was just me within my personality. So it showed me that side, and I'll always be grateful for that. And that is without knowing what his race was. We're talking hearing Brain Damage on the radio and being like, what the heck is this, yo? And then like, you know, from there, I think when a lot of us even found out he was, you know, Caucasian, it was Hi, My Name Is. And we're like, what? Like, damn, and he's that dope? And like, okay, so he's some different, right? And it was, you know, just dope to see all those elements, you know, come to, you know, chord. So what's up, peoples? The Midwest Kid is in the building. Hello to you. And what did you say? I'll throw a stroller at you with a baby in it, right? Yeah, exactly, right? Throw a stroller at you with a baby in it. Man, I mean, I've always loved just that. Let me be kind of animated and weird, but then like I'm dope. Like the combination of being willing to be, you know, silly, but then knowing like, okay, people aren't gonna take it too serious if it's just silly. You have to still be dope within that. Like I took that kind of stuff to heart. So you're never gonna hear something from me too much where it's just like I'm just saying dumb shit and that's it. Like you'll come out of the song going, oh, he's dope, you know, even if, you know, the content's not all the way something that you would normally you know, go listening and looking for. What do you say? First time I heard M and Tech and a lot of others was the anthem, the Wake Up Show one. At the base of my place for Whiteout, right? That one right there. Tech 9 to the Wake Up Show, Wake Up Show, right? That one right there. Yeah, that was a classic. That was a classic right there, man. Let's get back into the lineup. Thank you guys for your patience. Let's see. Shout out to Decoded on that, man. Again, y'all don't know how brave he was for doing that at all. Brave. Be brave. Be brave.
Nigga getting dough. If you ain't gon' strap up with a ball, then let me know. Let me know. Still ride around town with them things on me. Still ride around town with them things on me. Grandma told me that my brain on drugs. Still carry metal and I still bang slugs, cause I'm a ace soldier, gangster boy. My niggas in the streets, get your paper, boy. Look, bro, find a nigga better than me. Find a nigga make your bitch pussy wetter than me. I know these pussy ass cops getting fed up with me. I get booked, hope my niggas write a letter to me. It's like a cheddar with me, mozzarella with me. To be honest, don't nothing look better with me. And I'm feeling myself, who look better than me. From the lays to the braids, you in the strutter to me. When that left on me, then that 7 on me. Black power, motherfucker, when the rip to your teeth. I bet you dumb motherfucker spell gel with a G. If your ass was on fire, you couldn't borrow my pee. Bitches mad, I don't keep them long enough to see. Well, listen, bitch, I fucked you. You couldn't fuck with me. No, Tyler order, I'ma tell her don't fuck with me. street. They act tough, but these niggas can't fuck with me. Walk consistent with the flow, skinny niggas getting dough. If you ain't gon' strap up for the bull, then let me know.
Come on.
Still ride around town with them things on me. Still ride around town with them things on me. Grandma told me that my brain on drugs. Still carry metal and I still bang slugs. Cause I'm a soldier, gangster boy. My niggas in the streets, stack your paper, boy.
So wait, real quick, because for those of you on the TikTok side, right? If you're not watching our YouTube side, you'll probably not know half of what's going on right now. You'll hear the audio in a different way, right? Essentially, they are performing this right now. You know, and someone's basically pointing the camera at them. So every line that you hear is them like literally outside, kind of, you know, doing a little, you know, quick kind of performance or whatnot. It's interesting because, you know, we don't often get to see you guys like legit just like perform the songs, and that is pieces of content that we need to see from you guys.
Yeah, we down to lead that rap
Hold on.
game.
Let me rewind it just a little bit. Let me get him to get that right stuff.
And I still bang slugs cause I'm a soldier, gangster boy. My niggas in the streets, stack your paper, boy. Yeah, we down to lead that rap game miserable. Back like I never left, nigga was invisible. Rolling with them goons who hold arms like a tentacle. Search to destroy like a motherfucking sentinel. Down to leave you holy, but no, they ain't biblical. Try and hit some dope, then I'm that nigga you should listen to. Fly ass boy, but be flowing like a blimper do. Good, and I'm hotter than some chicken soup. Yeah, we do them bitches so pitiful. Them yellow diamonds got her all in shot like Pikachu. Oh, I be spazzing. Yeah, I got stamina. Giving out the treatment like these bitches got asthma. Glocks on Chidak, Glocks on Didak. Sour in the air, and I'm leaning to the litter. Gucci's in me, Gucci's on 1, 2, step. Yeah, Prada's in me, Prada's on 7's on my ass. Told me. Come on.
We always have stuff I be wanting to hear. That man, we'll talk about right now. Hold on, let's get there. All right. So, I love bars, right? I love hip hop. I love when artists actually take the time to really, you know, try to get in there with that, you know, that real rap, you know, shit or whatnot. Like each line, it matters how you come at stuff, right? Like if you come at things in the right way, you put a record out, you get a good, you know, professional sound on it. You know, you'd have Jadakiss and you know, everyone in their mama wanting to be a part of the record, right? And that's like for rappers, that's what you want. You want what you do to be so good that every other rapper wishes they were a part of the record. And what we do is we often go find the beat and then we kind of add ourselves to the record anyway, like a remix, or we do our version of it, but we keep elements of what you've created in there. Like the benefit of if you do the record the best and you're the blueprint is that if people try to do anything with something related to your record, they have to make sure that they title it the same. They put hashtags of, you know, their stuff, but your stuff too, right? So people know where it comes from, and like that connection helps, right? So I was saying that most of the stuff that they have that are like this, where we're listening to them rap outside of the actual track itself, right? And it could just be like a freestyle in the moment. Let's just throw on a random beat. I'm gonna record with the camera, and then, you know, y'all do something real quick. We just chilling outside. You know, we might as well. We're bored. You know, there are those, but then it makes me want the actual song. Everybody did their thing. And I think we said something yesterday because I saw a video, an actual music video from you guys where we kind of did get to hear an actual, you know, record with a lot of the team. And then I said what I'm gonna say now, man. Everybody came with it. There were no weak links on the song, and that kind of stuff does, in my opinion, make the producers proud. Like anybody, you want everybody who worked on the record itself to be honored that it's a thing. So, you know, again, just that other side of me is hoping that there's a recorded version of it, no matter how old it is, because, you know, we want to add stuff like that to our playlist. If that is the only experience that we can get of it right now, then, you know, so be it. But I do want to inspire you guys to sometimes, like, know that you can go back and remake, re-record, remix and master any song that you have ever done, written, or recorded. The biggest artists still do it. Like every big band that you know has a remastered version of their album about like 10, 15, 20 years later. And that's like the greatest hits. That's like their biggest albums, you know, the classics and stuff like that. They'll even go and like re-record sometimes to regain like their own masters for the record. But a lot of records I think do deserve that treatment. So it can get the best love, right? Because I like what I saw right now, but I feel like the version that I would share out is the song version, right? And again, that's the one I'd probably listen to on repeat or whatnot. That right there gave me a little bit of a tease for what the actual thing would be, but you know, good stuff right now. We had the file emoji in there for that right there. Hold on, let me come over here to the TikTok side, see what you said, and when we move on, and then we move on or whatnot. Let that update. You said, for me, remaking any track will strip the genuine feeling of it, so I don't do it, honestly. And you said unless it's a commercial song, then yeah, fair enough and stuff. Well, so let me see. Strip the genuine. No, okay. So here's an example. There was, like, I get what you're saying. Because depending on, and I think it's gonna depend on each person, because some people, they may initially get used to a certain version of your song, right? And so they expect to hear certain things. And if you leave some of those things out for whatever reason in the new version, it may affect how they hear it. I can think of a few different scenarios that are slightly different, but so I'll give you an example, right? So Cameron and DMX had a song called What's Really Good. There's a version of it that they dropped on a mixtape, and then there's a version that they dropped on the official albums, right? And the official album version, the beat is more original. It's the same beat, but it feels like they definitely had it remade, and like they couldn't clear the sample that they used for the mixtape version, right? So on the mixtape version, you'll literally hear it like it's a movie sample or something, and then you know, it takes, you know, certain routes or whatnot, but they tried to remake it like completely original for the album version and make it a little bit more fresh or whatnot. I think I still liked both versions, but you do have like a love for the sample version in that. There was a song from Maya, My First Love, back in the day, where for whatever reason the music video version is different from the album version. The album version feels like a performance version. For whatever reason, they don't put the version that they had in the music video on the album version. It's like literally like she was in a jazz club kind of performing the song. And then for me, I literally did become a fan of the version she had in the music video. There were like literally parts in the beat that I was waiting for to hear in the album version that, yeah, they didn't add. And so it took it down a notch for me. I ended up really liking more of the video version in that instance. But would still love to see that live performance version. But you do elements that you have with your records. You never know what is important and what people really resonate with in those songs, right? The third one was Doja Cat, right? She has that song that she samples. That's an R&B record. It was on the radio maybe a year or two ago, right? And what's funny, on the radio, you don't hear that sample. Like the sample that comes in right before, like, you know, verse comes back in and stuff like that. And I think it's in places, you know, on the chorus. On the radio version, it's not there at all. But the album, it is. You look for it everywhere else, you can find it. And on that, I could only assume that maybe there's different sets of copyrights for different things. And so if you don't secure the rights for radio play, or if it were to be on a soundtrack or something like that, maybe they're required to remove certain elements so that you know, they can still get that play or whatnot. I know there was an artist that talked about having to do something similar for their project, where yeah, they couldn't clear everything for the radio or certain aspects. So it kind of did that. What do you say, Midwest Kid? NJ, you know what I'm saying, aka Nails joint album is on the way. Hey yo, you know, well, we'll be waiting for that. And what'd you say? Said, oh damn, hold damn, hold damn. Hold on, let me throw this in here, and then throw ourselves back in the cusp. Shout to Hollow on that last one, and the Hollow and Friends. We have 212 Heat with Turn It Up. Turn it up. Up, turn it up. A Puerto Rico. Oh, a Puerto Rico. A Puerto Rico. Like, woo. I was like, woo. Hold on. Okay, here we go. So 212 Heat, turn it up.
Get money, get money, get money. Turn it up, turn it up. Yeah, I'ma get money, motherfucker. Black line busting shots, 30 hanging out the Glock. Get money, get money. Fire boy, fuck smack, I'll bring noise. Put it down for the block. Come around Sydney boy, now two-step and you get to the headshot. Turn it up, turn it up. Shoot first, revenge is a must. But not if you run up and shoot first. Fuck it up, fuck it up. Pistol popping for the ops, get caught slipping, getting knocked, that's a notch. Turn it up, turn it up. Get money, get money. Get money, get money. Yeah, I can make a million on the hard block, buddies on the hard clock, popping this your top off. Talking up behind the grand, paying up for dirty cop. Turn it up a notch, step it up a notch. Kilo triple A, dirty money non-stop. Blood money, get money, gunshots. For the wicked, not messy for the weak. I get money, fuck sleep. Boss gang, beat stomping, bring your fire to the streets. For the one time, middle finger up, go to the dick. Turn it up so they can hear me. If you a dirty cop, lie, still cheat on the block. May your loved ones die slow and you be there to watch. I go 100 and look back. If we ain't on the same money page, turn it, you get left back. I'm on the paper chase, boss gang, set the pace. Money moves, dummy companies, loaded to the bank breaks. Make a move, we don't hesitate. Get the chopper popping, chopping off your face. That's how the bloodline, wipe that smile clean off your face. You wanna be a somebody, now you're just another dead body. Turn it up. Yeah, I'ma get money, motherfucker. Bloodline busting shots, 30 hanging out the Glock. Get money, fire boy. Fuck smack, I'll bring noise. Put it down for the block. Come around Sydney boy, now two-step and you get to the headshot. Turn it up, turn it up. Shoot first, revenge is a must. But not if you run up and shoot first. Fuck it up, fuck it up. Get money. Pistol popping for the ops, get caught slipping, get knocked, that's a notch. Turn it up, turn it up. Get money, get money. Get money, get money. Moving by the block, on the block. Love a bit of organized crime, chop a heart. Loading that bag of drum, that's 100 eating every single face shot, empty out the drum. 187 for the gang, 187 for the stack. Stay busy with the yay, trigger finger on the Mac. Making money in the trade, shoot first for the hat. Put a where it counts, their bodies don't shoot back. Get money, get money. Come on, if I ain't ringing off the hook, that's money. Isaiah Bambin, you a snitch. 40 pages on the statement, fancy that. Getting shot by the same guy, fucking your bitch. I smell pussy, must be my beast. Here they go again, talking to the police. They got Mully Gaps bailed out of pot 13. A real pussy in the street, but a killer on the internet. The word mutty translates to a biscuit. So be careful where you swim, cookies crumble when they get wet. You ain't a killer, you a pop-tart. He a beginner, How the fuck you can't kill somebody shitting in his car? Turn it up. Yeah, I'ma get money, motherfucker. Bloodline busting the shots. 30 hanging out the Glock. Get money, fire boy. Fuck smoke, I'll bring noise. Put it down for the block. Come around Sydney boy, no two-step and you catch in the head. Turn it up, turn it up. Shoot first, revenge is a must. But not if you run up and shoot first. Fuck it up, fuck it up. Pistol popping for the ops, get caught slipping, get knocked, that's a knock. Turn it up, turn it up. Get money, get money. Get money, get money.
Turn it up, and shit. Matter of fact, you know what, man, you suck and shit. Sometimes he go freaking into a freaking small hole and you freaking big as fuck, so you freaking get stuck in it. I got. Oh no, they got him. You thought, you know, I never thought about that, man. If a whole, you know, the whole squad, right? You know what I'm saying? You a gang leader, you a boss, right? Essentially, a mob boss. If everybody just decides to like take the business from you, like what? you obviously there always has to be a leader of some sort, but if they felt like you mistreated every single one of them, man, like that's what I could see, you know, really happening. You know, we gotta listen. Like, why are we listening to us when he don't care? He don't care. What do you guys think about that? 1 to 10, our feedback is welcome as we proceed to give you what you need. And turn it up. There's a lot of times when you will go round to my house and then we will. All right, so that the beat was a banger. There was a good mix on the overall vocals of the record, which is good because you went and did a whole video and stuff. And when you decide to go do a video, we want y'all to we want there to be an order to this, right? Where you make sure that you get a good mix on the record before even deciding to put it on all platforms and do the music video, because you'd be working backwards if the record was too distorted or if it was way too low and it wasn't, you know, done right. It wouldn't benefit you to, you know, just keep things the way they were if it wasn't good or whatnot. So I like that. Not only did you do the song proper, but then you went and you did proper visuals for it too. And anytime I see like real visuals from you guys, we gotta acknowledge the appreciation for those that are still willing to take time to go out and shoot some footage. Like, we've had an uptake of sometimes AI music or AI visuals and stuff, and I think we're okay with it in moderation when there's small things here and there, right? Like if you made a video where, again, you're shooting all the footage and you're just using AI for like CGI elements here and there, we're fine. But when it's a full video, our mind, even though it'll be something that's very good quality, I think we feel like, but they were never at that location. They probably don't even own that outfit. They probably don't, like, you know what I'm saying? We go through a whole like rabbit hole of a mind, you know, screw. It's just something that is. We can't get rid of that because our mind sometimes will have to adjust to something not being real, whether it's the record, the artist, the producer, the maybe a musician, and then when it comes to the videos, man, we look at it a little bit like this. If you can't muster up the time to actually go out and film the video, yet you want us to watch it, why should we take the time to watch what you didn't feel like also doing? You see how it works a little bit different. If literally you actually do the thing, you now can have a full conversation about it. I went over here to shoot this happened, man, we had to hurry up and shoot because all kinds of stuff was going on. The people was wilding or whatnot. We did a little bit of a casting call in this area or whatnot, had a few people come out or whatnot. We had a little story situation that, you know what I mean? Like, we want to be able to have many aspects to it versus really maybe if you're getting somebody else to do an AI video for you, then you have nothing to really say. Like they came up with it. You can really only talk about the song or whatever you've done, and that's why we encourage you guys to want to do more or whatnot. But doing real videos shows a few things. Either it shows your own creativity, your own investing in yourself, whether you get the right equipment or you invest in the people that help you get the right visuals and things like that going. And I like that there were different elements in the vid, right? So you had the let me rap to the camera moments, and you had a little story kind of like playing in the background. Those are the things that sort of keep a kind of video going forward or whatnot. And they are like little short films, you guys literally should be thinking about these. Any music video that you decide to film, really think about it like, okay, this is my foray into short films that eventually would lead into TV shows and movies one day, if you keep that creativity going and you kind of direct things and sometimes utilize people within those. You know what I'm saying? Pay attention to, like, if you're having somebody else do the videos for you and they're coming up with concepts and a storyboard and stuff, literally pay attention to everything, so that eventually when you are wanting to do stuff yourself, like, you already kind of know the things that go into it, right? That's how a lot of the actors, like Ben Affleck, became directors themselves and writers. Like, they didn't want to just be on the sideline, just being the vessel only. They wanted to start, being a part of it. Let me be a part of the writing process. Like, I care about the character. I want people to love them as much as I do, so they're willing to go in. He said the video came in crazy. Yeah. I was saying, you was like, turn it up then. And what do you say? He said, I'm an introvert. I won't do that. Let me see. And visuals was crazy. What would you not do? You just gotta figure, like, you could do point of view videos, right? You could do videos where you're a puppet. You could do, like, the ideas are endless. There are always ways to get you in it, make something real, do something creative, and especially your genres, like Rock has always had probably the most creative videos that I have seen, right? I always looked at that and went, man, like, there are too many rappers that don't take advantage of the artist side of video making, right? Because we'll often do it's only us rapping in front of the camera. Here's me and the homies, and now we're in front of the car, and now we're in front of the house, and now we're outside over here. And then, like, again, there's no creativity within there, but watch many different rock videos and study the different things that they put together. Everything from, like, a band somehow out in the middle of the ocean playing the instruments and, like, rocking out, and, like, they're standing in the middle of the, and this is, again, before AI, right? When you really had to go and do a little bit of a half and half. All right, we'll film this out here, like this with this platform, and then we'll try to take it out and remove it in post, so then it looks like they're literally standing on the ocean somehow, and you're like, wait, how are these instruments working? But it just looks cool. There's a simplicity of somebody just riding a skateboard down a path. Doesn't really have to be anything crazy. They're just riding a skateboard down a path, and we're watching that happen, and then there's a rap song attached. That's still fine. There are songs that Oregonomics has sent to the show, and there's a song in particular where I gave him the idea of a dog that essentially is just it goes outside and just is walking around the whole neighborhood on a summer day where everyone's out doing different activities, and they all give him a different piece of food, right? So he's just, like, eating throughout the entire day as if he's never eaten anything in his house or whatnot. And then by the end of the song, he's, walks back home, and there's like a big bowl of food just like waiting for him. You know what I mean? And we're like, man, this dog is wild. You know what I mean? But when you hear that song, like you go, oh, yep, that's exactly what I hear. And then there was another one he had where somebody said, oh, this reminds me of sitting in the back of my grandma's, car back in the day or whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, things like that are really easy to do. You don't always have to be the like, let me be in front, but like get into the directing aspect, right? Of like, all right, we'll have, just, you're gonna walk to whatever, man. You think of it, man. I'm not here to do your job, and it really depends on the song, but if you want to know any ideas on something, always feel free to send that record, right? Let's see what we got next in the cusp. Anyways, great video, great song, good job, and keep it up. I see, I'm 16 and just tried a new genre. For me, I know it's not that good, but I'll take any advice. Thank you for your time, fam. And this is Smooth LJ. Let me see, you got Gone. Let's see what you got, man. So what's your original genre then? Watch it actually be decent though. Have confidence.
Hey Siri.
2 a.m. still staring at the ceiling. Your name comes up, I still get that feeling. Told everybody I'm finally healing. When I'm alone, I don't really mean it. Your hoodie still hangs on the back of my door. I should put it away, but I can't anymore. Keep thinking about the nights on the kitchen floor. Laughing about nothing, what I give for one more. I know. Life keeps moving even when you don't, but I don't know how to make this place feel like home. I've been trying to move on, try to stay strong, but every little thing takes me back to before, and I hate that you're gone. I've been up all night with the lights still on, thinking you might walk through the door, but you're gone. And I'm just trying to hold on. I'm barely holding on. I've been driving with nowhere to go. Same old songs on the radio. Then one place that we used to know. Suddenly I'm right back years ago. Back when everything felt so simple. Back when your number lit up my phone. I never knew I missed all the little things I barely noticed before. Gone. I've been up all night with the lights still on.
We take submissions from
walk through that door.
Tenero.
But you're gone.
Harmonization is like the only thing I feel like that's missing.
Gone like yesterday, gone, but you never fade. Gone, but I'm not the same. Gone, but I hear your name. Gone, but the love remains. I know I'll be okay, just not today. Gone. But the love you gave me lives on. Maybe that's the way that I'll keep you close. When I'm learning how to live.
How to live is a lot of times that everybody's learning how to give a shit, because sometimes I don't even think people would freaking benefit. Matter of fact, I could get on this freaking record and rip this shit, but I don't even like ever freaking know if you would have had thought that it was terrific, but people that get the mic and then go up and then they pick it up, then I pick it out, even like, no. Now, what do you guys think about that? All right, so honestly, it wasn't even a bad record, man. You know what I'm saying? To say it's not that good, You know, I don't agree with that, right? If there are people who have told you that it wasn't good, and it's just simply not a record for them. Everybody favors a certain type of record, or often wants to hear something very specific at any given moment, whether you're someone who wants a vibe or something that's more of a turn up kind of record, or very specifically a genre of some sort. But I feel like this definitely has potential. You have different variations of things that you have on the record that allow people to see a little bit more of what you can do, right? That means that not everything on the song is completely repetitive. There was a certain section in there where I was a little bit afraid that you would stay in a very specific, you know, 2-3 tone, and then that was it kind of thing. But as you went on, like I said, you did some of the switch ups and allowed the song to escalate. Like that's what you guys allow the records to do. If you think about more ways to come at a song, the chorus can be one thing, right? It's the one thing on the record that should be very consistent across the board, so people are anchored and know where they are in the song. And if you're an artist that's good enough at counting bars, knowing where the chorus should come back in at and stuff like that, you know, you got everything good. If you're an artist who does not know how to do that yet, it's not as hard as you think, but do learn how to count bars. Do know where the chorus part more or less would come in on a song, and how you would want to change and elevate things if you wanted something to be extended more or less. The one thing that I did think you could use more of was like harmonization, right? So that's just another layer in there, or another three layers where you pan one to the left, one to the right, one right in the middle, where you'd have maybe a higher tone with certain notes, certain melodies. So there were times where you're like, gone, gone, gone. And at the same time, I hear gone, gone, gone. I hear that being able to be there. Maybe not every time, but at the opportune moments, if you know what to add in certain sections, it definitely adds a little bit more color to the record, right? And then again, you get up there a little bit higher. I do want to remind you guys that either the tempo of your record will add more energy for people, you know, if you're a more aggressive artist, or if you are someone who's melodic, the higher tones will literally pull more energy, or put more energy into the record from you than anything else. The lower that you go, the more depressing or boring certain people might get of a certain aspect. It will give off a vibe of you singing to yourself as opposed to performing for the people, right? And every record has its purpose. Some things are meant to be that, like, I'm just looking out the window as the car's driving and, you know, contemplating about the, you know, relationship or the life that you had or the person you love. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. But just want to remind you that higher tones also breathe a certain other thing into a record. So challenging yourself in many different ways would I think bring something in there as well. Well, what do you think all about that thing? What do you think? Hold on, where the freak did... There you go. Did I gave up on trying to count bars? Do you not know how to do it though? Do you not know how to do it? Okay, so let me show you, right? Here's an easy way to tell. So verses in a standard song, a verse is primarily like 16 bars, right? A chorus is usually going to be 8. That's just like one thing and doing it twice, right? So in one of my songs,
on top when I said, don't make me use my snub pistol on a locust. I love video games, but the rap game is bogus. The dudes on the top wanna act like they flow just amazing, but there's so many factors that I don't trust.
4 bars.
Like, what the hell are you even making music for? What kind of target audience are you shooting for? And what you doing on the Loki? Are you screwing Thor? And did you actually get up and walk through a shower?
8 bars, right? That right there, full chorus, that's just 8 bars and whatnot. 16 bars is that twice. So if you do a full chorus basically twice on top of each other, that's the amount of bars that would be 16. And then if you throw one more chorus on top of that, that would be somewhere around like a 24 bar verse or whatnot, right? If you're someone that between 2 artists, both of you guys want to go in, you really like the beat, you want to have, you know, a certain amount. But for the most part, intros also can be 8 bars because you can start a song off with a chorus or you can start it off with just a verse. So to get more of the 16 bar kind of situation, and I'll even count it this time, right?
This is from the first Gears of War. There's a nurse inside of a hearse in the floor. There's a thirst whenever I curse at a dog. Go to work, play Rihanna's work, then move on. Okay. See, you can find me blasting bugs with the Delta Squad. I've never supported a movement unless I felt the cause. I know your girl's a freaking beast, cause when we made love, she growled my freaking name 30 times before I felt her claws. No concentration from Chris, I need to focus more. Most of my team goes hocus pocus on locust hordes. The game's overflowing rappers, let me close the door so me and my bros can bust flows and smoke Dro some more. I wanna throw them back with Master Chief and Marcus Phoenix. Putting a chainsaw on a rifle was a spark of genius. I'm always meditating, sitting in the dark with Jesus. I used to ditch and try to roll out to the park at recess. Don't make me use my stub pistol.
See, literally. So it's 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. You know what I'm saying? So you just count that, and usually you'll know. And if you listen to a certain beat, I mean, certain producers will kind of try to line it up the best they can for you. You got to be able to tell, though, if they're starting with what they feel like should be the chorus, and then it jumps into the verse at some point after like 8 bars. Sometimes they'll just do like a teaser of the chorus, but then it leads right into the verse. Like, you never know, but really listen for some of those things and figure out where things are at, and then like build around it, man. You know, I hope you learned something. You guys can go back, clip that, record it for your own purposes if you want to go back and you know how to count bars. But like, it's not hard. You know, I learned it fairly early on, and it does help because I do hear a lot of artists that they just decide not to put a chorus in their record. They'll just rap all the way through the beat because they're like, I'm gonna just get it here, let me just freestyle, and or just punch in every other bar, and then they don't know where they are on the beat, more or less, but they just want to get what they gotta say out. I get it, but structure literally is the difference between a true hit record and just a demonstration of you rapping or singing, right? So choruses are important. The amount of verses that you have in a record, getting features potentially depending on what happens, and the right features. Don't just get the homie on the record. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The one who doesn't really rap like that, so they really just rap because you rap, but they're not as good. But y'all homies, man. Y'all grew up. You want to put them on and stuff like that, but you gotta make sure you push them to give their best. Give their best any and every single time. If it's not good enough, be willing to be like, hey, I need you to come with it a little bit more, or to help with a little bit of the structure, right? I've engineered quite a few artists, and there are many times where when they're writing their record, they kind of just write. They don't know where the words are supposed to go on the beat, and then so it'll sound like they're just reading their rap when they're rapping it. And I'm like, Like, okay, I see that you have rhymes in there, but why are you not saying it on the beat? Why are you not figuring out what your flow should be and stuff, right? And so I give them like options of like where certain things could go. If you say it like this, it comes off a little bit better. And have them really test those different things out. But it's just a process of really learning what you should do to any given beat that you have. You say, yeah, I've done that. And you just taught me something new, man. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Listen. Once again, man, I think I said it as best as I could in terms of the count, but then also when you think about how long a chorus is generally, and a verse really just being two choruses kind of put together, right? And you can think about it like that too. If you were to think of a chorus and a bridge, those two sections primarily would be a verse worth of content, right? And you want to think about switching it up, man. See, now I'm realizing when I've told you guys you should switch it up in between 4 to 8 bars in a song, mostly if you're doing something very specific in certain sections, like make sure that you switch it up as much as possible, but between 4 and 8. Some people that might have not been able to count bars wouldn't even know what that means. Now you do, right? So count those moments and be like, all right, I gotta switch it up here. If you're doing a certain melody, all right, what else can I do that will take it in a different direction? Because it keeps the listener not getting bored or feeling like you're predictable and can only think of one thing. I've heard songs where, again, an artist is same thing, an entire record, and I'm like, all right, what else?
What else can you do, mister?
Let's see what we got next up. Appreciate y'all patience and just for allowing us to have this conversation with you guys. Blueface baby. Blueface baby. He said, I just flow with the beat. I mean, it depends on what you do and what you say and your goal. If your goal is to be on that Mount Rushmore one day for a generation, of someone who believed in you that much, where they're like, you know what, these are my Mount Rushmore. They insert your name. We always gotta make sure that whatever we do, whether it's freestyling, whether it is writing and recording it, never rush yourself in any way. I've never gotten on something even when I haven't felt it. I don't like to rush myself. I don't like to, if I got writer's block, I'll usually go to another song, make that, and then I'll have better ideas for the one that I had writer's block on, essentially. So I always sort of recommend doing different things, but never just hopping on things anyway, or thinking that because you have writer's block that you should be freestyling the thing. That's not what's happening at all. I think it's a little bit like what, a trolley? Yeah, trolleys, like they go and then they kind of keep going, and you gotta go run and jump on it, otherwise it's gonna leave you. They don't just like stop for you to get on, mostly, you know what I'm saying, at least from what I've seen. And you gotta make sure that you get on with that time. Hold on, let me go. What up, Rudy? What is up, Rudy G? All right, let me see what we got next. We got Crazy Quedge with the most.
There's a lot of little bitty babies.
Yeah, baby. You said this is an unreleased song of my upcoming project, The Jester King, but I have a project out now called Straight Out Pharaoh.
No need for contemplating, I'm just trying to see you naked. Don't need no bed, we can get it on the breakfast table. Just spread them legs wide open like a breakfast bagel and let me get fed while I hit you with this extra bacon. Morning cravings got me losing my patience when I know you the main course, girl. I can't do too much waiting. Look, moonlight dancing on your skin, phone on silent, we locked in. Your man asking where you been, you hit back, say I'm with you. Shawty, play your role, it be wrong, not to bless you. If you moving wrong, I move on to the next one. Top notch hoes get the most, not the lesser. Top notch hoes get the most, not the lesser. Shawty, play your role, it be wrong, not to bless you. If you moving wrong, I move on to the next one. Top notch hoes get the most, not the lesser. Top notch hoes get the most, not the lesser. Asked for days at the end of the week. When she walked by, she had them niggas at the edge of their seats. Secretly, I heard she slanging on the end of her street and gave a nigga Dawson head at the end of a creek. But shot that face like a model, shake like a bottle. Fuck the conversation, I just wanna make her holler. She go on relations once a G get up inside her. That pussy stay with, that's how I know I gotta try her. Shawty, play your role, it be wrong, not to bless you. If you moving wrong, I move on to the next one. Top notch hoes get the most, not the lesser. Top notch hoes get the most, not the lesser. Shawty, play your role, it be wrong, not to bless you. If you moving wrong, I move on to the next one. Top notch hoes get the most, not the lesser.
He said, boy, it's like the fuck for $40 in the club.
All right, big salute.
Everybody, when you wanna.
All right, so I feel like we had some vibes in there with the overall production, you know what I'm saying? Beat was, you know, definitely one of those, you know, top down, you know, Cadillac, you know, take your shorty out. I mean, it had a lot of Southern flair as well, and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? I felt like the performance was proper. There was nothing that I personally wanted to change about it. Outside of the fact that it's only 2 minutes and 6 seconds, right? There's an opportunity for potentially like a female rapper to sort of like add a verse to it, right? Where, you know, she could stay her case and really respond and stuff, right? I always love those kinds of records where you get that sort of like half and half, and you know, record can become bigger or whatnot. Also, wouldn't have minded, you know, simply another verse from you, right? I mean, the thought is, if you're doing a good job so far, there's nothing really stopping you from doing more record. We'll be fine as long as what you add to the record is still dope, right? Obviously everybody is subjective, but I feel like we should always want to challenge ourselves to continue and elevate a song to more heights or whatnot, right? When you are an I didn't even think about that. When you're an artist / producer, you have two minds going on at once, right? Because you're making the songs, mostly you're making the beats as well, and you have all these same exact thoughts and the ability to extend it yourself. So if it's a situation where the beat was just short and so you just stop there, as an artist, you look at that as a limitation, right? If you're not able to loop it yourself at the right part and make it sound natural and stuff like that, you know, it'll feel like it's too much work. But when you're a little bit of a producer, literally just adding a little bit more on top, figuring out what you can do in that section, having those moments where, all right, here I'm gonna drop for the third verse, I'm gonna drop the overall, you know, the drums, keep the other elements in there, let it come back in after 8 bars, and then you know, do the rest, you know, from there, bring the chorus back. Or third verse in any song only ever has to be 8 bars, really. That's another thing I forgot to tell y'all. It doesn't have to feel so daunting, like I gotta do 3 16-bar verses. No, my friend. Simply 2 16s potentially, or 16 from you, 16 from another artist, and then both of you guys could also do 2 8s. But the third could also be 1/8 back to the chorus and then let the beat right out, you know, from there. But what do you think about it? Thank you for the likes. Hold on, I gotta jump over here. Over here. Thanks for that, you know what I'm saying? W track, yeah. Oh my gosh. Mix was decent. I didn't feel like nothing was wrong with it.
Oh, it be wrong, not to bless you. If you moving wrong, I move on to the next one. Time not low, get the most, not the less.
Look, for the best rule of thumb, what you want to do is to listen to your records in the same playlist as other artists you listen to. No, as other artists you want people to put your songs on the same playlist with. So if it's Drake, if it's Kendrick, if it's Busta, if it's Joyner, if it's Dipset, I don't care. Whoever it is, you want to know what other people are gonna hear if they're listening to their songs and your songs on shuffle or in a back-to-back kind of situation, right? What we should really never have to do, and I always say this, is like to continue adjusting the volume, because if things are too loud, we want to turn it down. If things are too low, we end up wanting to turn it up, and we feel like we have no control over the record. And if you're doing that on an album, obviously that would be worse, right? Because then on the same album, that's just all you people are, you know, having to go around like, man, why the hell was that so loud, and blah blah blah, you know what I mean? So compare and contrast yours to some of those, you know, more industry centric records, you know, see how it feels. And often when you have a record that is proper, you use that record as the blueprint for every other song, right? So you always just make sure, all right, let me start the playlist with this, and then we'll jump to this record and make sure that we're still on an even you know, playing field. And let me see. And then How Come On? What is that? How Come On? What are you talking about, my friend? We have nobody up right now with Untitled. Feel free to have fun and name this song if anything calls to you guys, man.
The love lost, the laugh that stopped returning, the trust that folded into silence, the version of morning I once believed in, the hand that reached before I asked. One by one they
hybrid AI plus human.
While I was searching somewhere else, leaving only the shape of what was missing.
Why'd you put the analysis there?
They never leave with thunder, they simply fade beneath the skin. A warmth becomes a memory, a voice becomes a distant room, and what remains are empty spaces, waiting for names, waiting for time to cover them. How many graves will I need for everything that vanished inside of me? One for the hope I couldn't protect, one for the dreams I left unfinished, one for the words that stayed unsent, and one for every part I couldn't save. How deep must the ground become to carry all these quiet endings?
Hold on. We got to talk about that one section that we were just in right now, man. Very colorful, right? And I felt just visuals coming to life, just like in my brain, right? I was just imagining the music video and you know, something very of course artistic, and just things coming to life at that moment or whatnot. There's often videos that can, you know, play around with the sound and are inspired by the song itself. Where there's like literally a visual artist. What they do is visuals. They do animation with their hand painted freaking animation, whatever, right? And so it's like that person wanting to present their work and making the song be a little bit of the inspiration, right? And man, you're always able to get it
that disappear without a sound. Yet somehow carry more each year. Every absence built a room, every room learned my name. Sometimes when the night grows still, I visit the places they left behind, not to bring them back, only to remember they were once alive within me.
Music guys was like something I found secretly in the library, tucked in the back, in a box. And I'm like, what's this? And I grab it, take it home, put it in.
One grave for the child who still waited, one for the heart that learned to hide. One for the dream that faded quietly before anyone noticed it was gone.
What if that would be a video? Someone finds this song.
One for the person I promised I would become, and still.
And when they close their eyes while they're listening, they get transported into like some land or something.
Keep digging. Still something inside me asks what else is there to lose.
Like people doing a dance to the song.
Where am I? Okay.
Is there somebody actually on the piano right there?
How many graves? How many will ever be enough? When the act of letting go has become the only thing I still know how to do.
Jimmy called the song Grapes.
Maybe I was never counting endings.
Grapes question mark.
Maybe I was counting the pieces of myself that refuse to disappear.
Pieces of myself, that's another one.
The earth keeps opening, still the hands keep digging. Still something inside me asks what else is there to lose. How many grapes?
They came out of nowhere. You got an owl on the record?
How many will ever be enough?
And there's a lot of freaking times where like people that freaking say that they don't like toes, but next freaking when you always freaking try to figure out the ways and you don't even know what the hell you gonna do or what to say. I love that.
How many graves? How many will ever be enough? When the act of letting go has become the only thing I still know how to do. Maybe I was never counting endings.
What happened, y'all?
Maybe I was counting the pieces of myself.
They didn't feel like it was gonna end there. The pieces of myself. And then you let the keys sort of like, you know, play out or whatnot, right? You have to make sure that you end those things a little bit more proper so people know that they're there. I mean, there have been records that will go out, like they're still going, but the engineer is like, let me fade this out, you know, and then you can still hear the artist still over there doing ad-libs and extra things and stuff, and then we're like, man, what were they still doing though? Like, how do you know that wasn't good, man? Bring it back. Anyways, you did your thing on there, of course, man. Very lengthy record. I appreciate the overall time because really you get to go on a little bit of an adventure with a record like this, right? When you listen to that production and essentially when he gets in there, his writing is very different than most artists that I have heard. There are artists who you will feel like, you know, and some of you guys actually do the thing, but when you go in and you may freestyle a record, often we can hear it. And I feel like for those that do that, the trick is knowing when you actually did a good job and should keep what you've done. If you sound like you freestyled it, then you got to do it again, or you make sure that you refine it. You take whatever you freestyled and go, okay, these were the best parts, these were the worst parts, let me rewrite this or reperform this part, so that way it's a little bit more consistent and feels like I knew what I was gonna say. Because sometimes we can hear that he doesn't know what's gonna come up next, but he's just trying to rhyme with something, right? I be doing that when I'm freestyling. I'll try my best to stay on topic, but most of the time I'm just having fun with it. And when I get on a record for real, I do want to sit down and write. And I always recommend for recorded songs, you know, unless you get to that point where your freestyles sound like written and you can stay on topic and do something dope and it's the right thing for the record, then, you know, get in there and write. You can get way more intricate with it. I feel like he writes like it's not gonna make sense, but it will. He writes like a painter. There's an artist. There's an artistic, not autistic. There's an artistic side to the way that he comes at the records, right? And I think you have to be with some of these kind of genres. There are records where things are just a little bit more simple and straight to the point, but this is often like poetry in song form, but better than what we've heard by those who have put their records, their poems through, you know, AI and then just turned those into songs. You know, I felt like you did a decent job or whatnot. Now, I know you've said that for the most part you'll utilize, I believe, the mixing and mastering for AI kind of situations or whatnot. Not often we'll throw things in, and there will be like certain instruments maybe that we may hear. You know, you already know the conversations that we've had many times over. We always simply want what we're hearing. Like we love good songs. We love good music. We love that you can get good music out of many different things. And what we always are going to hope at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who it is, real or not, I think we're always going to hope that what we're hearing is a full labor of talent and love from the artist or producers that they're also working with, you know, whoever it is. We always hope that there's somebody and not a robot behind the thing, because when we like the thing, if it's the mix and master, if it's the beat, if it's whoever's playing the guitar, whoever's playing the piano, right? If like we want to thank those people, we want to let them know please keep doing what you're doing, because it's a talent to be able to get in there. And often we don't want to feel that way, but if we feel like it's something that is mainly created by the AI, then it's a missed opportunity to really have somebody be that thing that we're hearing, and to hope and wish that we would one day get to see you perform that live, right? In fact, the fact that some of you guys may not perform it live, and it may be a little bit of a thing, the moment you do come out and do it, it'll be a kind of a once in a lifetime kind of situation. If it's a rare occasion when you decide to go out, there are certain artists that are like that, and they mainly stay in the studio, kind of make the songs. Does it benefit them or not? I mean, I think you have to always find a way to somehow get in the spotlight and have a conversation be about you, whether it is upon your releases. I don't recommend the drama, the BS. Like, it always comes back to bite you, right? For example is Damon Darling, right? You guys know that he a very positive comedian, who often is funny, will go into many different stores and places, and if he just sees people that might be in need, like, he'll get like whatever they want. He saw 3 young dudes outside, got them PS5s just because they graduated school or whatnot, did something positive for them. Saw a mom with her daughter who was trying to start a business, bought her a tablet. I remember he got this one kid like shoes from like a limited edition sneakerhead kind of shop kind of thing. Like, he's used his time over the years in very positive ways. So that's who we know him as. And in the past, he kind of did a video at Walmart where he just kind of poured milk over himself. You guys have seen quite a few people that have done that, right? So that's nothing new, but he did that in the past. That's why he was banned from Walmart. In case anybody didn't know, that's basically what happened. But I say that to say that making sure that you make the right records, make the right content, and let that be the conversation that people have. You know what I'm saying? The better that you are, the more people are going to be wowed at your talent and ability to put stuff out there. I've seen people who are very consistent, both independent artists as well as artists in the industry, and people who are somewhere in the middle or whatnot, like Norman Sands, Token, Coast Contra. They were fairly new when they first started coming out, but you would see consistent either records, freestyles, music videos, and they'd keep that momentum going, putting a lot of effort into what they did. Even the run that Lil Dicky had, man. Like, I remember when he was literally just getting started, then suddenly had the idea for the GoFundMe and everything that he wanted to do, and what it became, because each video that came out, was just funnier and funnier, and you got to see like an artist kind of watch their own dreams come true, like for real, because normally we see an artist when they've made it, but here's someone who is independent. Odd Future as well. I remember when they were very much independent, not too many people knew who they were. They were giving their music out for free pretty much, and didn't do the pop-ups just yet and have like distribution and things, but they kept consistent. If anything, them, Tech Nine, Hobson are examples of what you can do very much like independently, creating a brand for yourself, a team, and really just getting your stuff out there. You know what I'm saying? It's always going to be like very important overall that we get to see that. We went into a whole different thing. Let me see what you done said before we jump back into the lineup real quick. Let me see what it's up real quick. And he said, Shaq did that a lot too. What does he do? What does Shaq do? Shout out to Figure Shaq. And he saw all the AI things in BandLab. And sometimes I take the bad parts and replace them with like a vocal melody. I mean, again, we know the many uses that can be utilized with AI, right? But I think at the moment, the way that we look at it is anything that it does on a record should be a placeholder. You know, an example of a general area where you want to go with that thing. And then you should always want to either make sure that you do the replacement of the thing, or that you get somebody else to do it, because anything that you can attach a whole nother person or yourself to, it equates to a skill, a talent. I always have said, like, what you do, you can put on your resume. So literally, if you're utilizing AI to mix and master, that's one thing you learned how to do yourself yet, that if you did, you'd be able to say that you could do that too. And I think it does start with you know, the right mic and recording, the right atmosphere. You know, it's a process. For the most part, like I've felt every performance that we've got to hear, and you know, we just want to be able to have those other experiences if possible. It ain't gonna be able to happen for everybody. We get that, but we can always wish. Just knowing that your music is good enough for people to want it to take that step. I feel like that should be some of the motivation, right? Yeah, man. I mean, we should make a remake your album challenge, right? For all artists to pick one album of your choice, and for you to, real or AI, whatever the case, right? For you to figure out ways to, you know, remake, change elements or whatnot within the production, to just see how good you are at revamping things. And in some cases, right, where there are people who have fully used AI, right? So they may just have only the idea, they type that in, and then it will spit out a record. It'll spit out the beat, the structure of the record, the melodies, a rap part if there's something in there. And I've always recommended, don't release what it has spit out. Go and remake that record, but in your image. It's like, it's giving you an idea. You can take that idea and go, all right, let me flip everything or whatnot. Because if you do it the same, it'll just be looked at like you just remade or are doing a cover of an AI record. If you do it different, then you are using it for inspiration, and you can make something a little bit more personable and original for you know, shoot, I mean, again, just the ability to say that I did it. Not everybody can play the piano, not everybody can play acoustic guitar at all. Not everybody has the type of voice that sounds good singing, so we get it. We still appreciate those who try. And often, like, I think a lot of us have said it, man. Like, there are times where we would rather listen to the worst version of a real record from you than a near perfect version of a not real version of you if there's too much AI involved and stuff like that. Because it becomes, you know, just a little bit more fabricated. Why are you not releasing stuff though? You know what I mean? Can I ask you that?
What if the wind caught up with me? Started to change when I did.
This is interesting.
Would I blow out like a light or like a kite? Fly away. What if the fear of darkness gave way to the fear of color? Would you live in black and white or rest your eyes through the day? And if dreams can come true, what does that say about nightmares? I'll stay awake tonight.
You son of a...
Putting my third eye into the black. Rub my head and squinting through the black. Saw no center, saw not where it led. It's times like this that make me wish that everything I wanted, I wish I wanted was somebody's got to get. I wanna make my life look like a suicide. But then I know that I know that the light is mine. I wanna go like that, I must to identify.
This 100% would be in some movie, and it would be in a chase scene. It would probably be in something by Edgar Wright, who did the Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, you know. Maybe a movie that crosses over Jason Statham, any character, I don't care, and John Wick. And they're fighting with this freaking music.
Look in the mirror to see how I look. I look different in different ways. Are you too calling my initials in the rub my hand in case I lose it. I forgot, remember to forgive. It's times like this that make me wish that I wish I could live. I wish I could live with somebody's got to stay. I wanna make my life look like a suicide. And then I know that I know that I know that the fight is mine.
Frank, oh my god.
I wanna go one night, I must to identify. And then I know that I know that I know
What I'm always, y'all like, shut up. No, man, listen, this is how I review stuff. What I appreciate about these instruments, right, is again, all of these individual elements we know are people doing the thing, right? And what intrigues me is, for a drummer, how do you choose, when you do those parts where you, all right, let me stop right here, let it, chill real quick. We'll come back in, what I'm saying, bring it back, stop again, and then have the times where you sort of switch the drums. And then you got to remember all those elements too when you go back in and then continue to play. Because there will be people who literally know where every single hit is going to be. You can experiment and have, parts where you riff a little bit, but, There's somebody playing that. Dreams can come true as I lose sight of nightmares. I'll stay right See what I'm saying? It's like that. It's like, how do you coordinate that right there? You know what I mean? Like, is that the lead singer going, oh, let's have a part at the end where we end it like that? You know what I'm saying? That kind of stuff intrigues me, just like as an overall band, because you have to work in tandem together to know where each of you are going to take certain elements, the piano, any guitar elements, and the vocals, right? And so for them as well, you're hearing a variation of vocals, meaning it's one of those kind of anthem situations where they will say a lot of parts together, and again, all of that while still having to play and pay attention to your instruments. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Now, the mix was, it was kind of loud. I am going to admit that. There were many times where I kind of wanted to turn it down and sometimes off because it was just a little bit overbearing. But there were elements that I liked a lot too. Like, again, I like the energy of the song. I like the melodies that were in there. I did like where certain things and elements were panned. So certain things sounded nice, which made me still want to stay in there. But then it just did have that kind of overbearing, sort of loudness. And like, you do want things to be loud, yes, but a comfortable loud. It still has to be balanced. And we are the ones that will turn, our volume up to a certain level, where we're able to enjoy the songs that we like. And what I've told every artist who sends to the show is, when it comes to a good balanced breakfast. Now, when it comes to a good mix, it has to be balanced. It has to be something that we could go from your record to 20 other artists, whether they're in the same genre or not, and still feel like there's a consistency there, right? But I almost feel like if we go to Korn and Red Hot Chili Peppers and Def Leppard or The Cure or Rob Zombie, Marilyn Manson, if we go to different things, we'll hear, a sort of a more comfortable level. Like, they have to. They're in the industry or whatnot. If they have a song that messes up our sound system, people would have a fit. DJs, they don't want to mess with things that are not well mixed, because the audience is looking at them. Everybody who's dancing, they expect to have a consistency, and the job they have is to keep people entertained and moving whether or not if they take requests. If they don't, and that means they have to have their own mix that hopefully gets people hyped throughout the night, right? You'll have those parts where like, oh, they may have a little remix that they did where they took a Nintendo thing or something and then like they blend it in with something else dope that people know. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But I feel like this is a decent record. And what else did you say? You said not my song, but I think you would like it. Well, they still need a mix overall. So thank you for that. You said the intro is 10 out of 10. I think you were saying something else with that. Yeah, you said, damn, that intro was something. I agree. And let me see. Oh, you know what? And then if we were talking about the there was somebody also who had sent an AI record, and right, they had a little bit of a personal kind of thing for it though, right? So they made a song for their nephew that had like passed or whatnot, and they are an artist. They, you know, pretty much used to be an artist, but are, you know, the kind of disease that they have, they're dying from it, you know what I'm saying? And so they're not able to use their voice like they once were to actually be the artist, but again, they still want to be able to make music. And so there's an application like that is noble, and I feel like we would accept. But the problem is when those records are put out, unless we actually hear the story before the song plays, we're literally not gonna know that. We're just gonna hear an AI record, and we're gonna feel like, you know what I'm saying, we're just gonna feel like it's just a song. And when we don't know who made it, we don't know whether it's some random person who just typed in, give me ideas for inspirational songs that I can put in for a prompt in, you know, Suno. Quite literally, there are people who do that and create a factory of sorts, and feel like they're a manager of several artists, and they try to release millions of songs like that. Those are the people that now apparently Suno is gonna have to limit to a certain amount of downloads, and you know, also a reason why they have to let people know on Spotify if they're using like an AI persona kind of thing, right, where the artist isn't real. So Zanaya Monet, you know, certain ones who are out there who we know it's really a male person who's making the songs, but it's a female artist. And like, if you're that, you kind of have to be labeled as that, because people literally will fall in love with that woman, man, and she don't exist. Everything about her is fabricated, right? That feels some type of way. What did you say? You say, yeah, definitely Jason Statham scene. Oh, you said something good too, though. You said this is like when the villain of the movie introduces himself, right? So I thought that was spot on, right? Because as I was listening to the song, I was like, yep, and like he's doing something crazy or whatnot. So think the scene in The Dark Knight where the Joker is doing his thing and putting everybody together, but you don't hear any dialogue. You just kind of see all the scenes happen. It's mostly like, you know, the action, and you see like by the end of the song, you know, he's thrown the bomb and drove the bus away, and it explodes right at the very end. You know what I mean? Like, you could take the scenes from that literal, you know, section and then still make it a part of the music video. So there's a little something in there. And matter of fact, I feel like if people heard your song, that they would want to do something like that. You never know what kind of things will inspire people to want to make any kind of random video to it. I've seen just people cut their favorite footage from like Dragon Ball Z, and or two characters from an anime where like the characters are in love or something, and they'll put a specific song behind it with very specific clips from the anime. And you know, if you're one of those, like, it's still a little bit of an honor, you know, because you're inspiring a little something there. You said, "Man, I submitted one today, just listening inside that." Nah, submit one, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm here, you here, we here. I'm here, you here, we clear. This one is called Kurtasha.
What's wrong with her? Is she crazy? I think she's gone mad. It's all in your head. Don't go crazy. You're not crazy. You're not crazy. You're not crazy. We're crazy. They're crazy. Nobody's crazy. You're crazy. I feel crazy. We're all mad. Mad, I tell you. And a life full of sin is easy to get stuck in. Money, drugs, and power tries to fucking win. That shit was a battle and it put up a fight. But there's a beast in my body that came out that night. Saw the ugly and the bad, didn't know it was me. Tried to smoke my life away, I ain't like what I see. Had to detox from the lies, I was sick every day. Pouring out while I was empty, damn near drove me insane. Had to put my trust in God, it was heavy for me. Lift that weight up off my shoulders so that I can just be. And now I see, I know, I feel, it's real, it's real, it's real, it's real. You not fighting demons, you just fighting yourself. Can't control how it ends, just focus on the steps. You gon' smile, you gon' cry, even Jesus wept. Don't have to fight, just stay true to yourself. 5 steps, 10 steps back. Know that God got your back. You gon' get everything back times 10, times 10.
I like the fact that she's
looking so far ahead.
Yup.
Appreciate what you got instead.
That's right.
You got everything you need right now. Right now.
Right now.
Mommy, 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 mommy. God, you know that I wanna be a fucking mommy. Creation is beautiful and I need my parents to see. So why the fuck haven't you sent the man to me? Is it me? It's me. It's not me. It's me. Not my time? Okay. Your way. Okay. No way. Okay. I'll wait. One day. 2 days. Okay. 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 Let's just work on me and what I see. It's good. We good. Just let it be who you want me to be. Am I doing it right? Sorry, folks, that's just some shit I think at night. Bigger purpose, I know it's deeper than the surface. Save the world and my family from the shit that hurt us. Lies deter us, food and media like murders. They can't hurt us, walking like I'm one God's children. 5 steps, 10 steps
Let's
back.
go.
Know that God got your back.
Yeah.
You gon' get everything back times 10. Times 10. Stop looking so far ahead. Appreciate what you got instead. You got everything you need right now. Right now.
Right now? A lot of things that I know I will write down, and sometimes it's like people who I know I might clown, but people if he can make sure that I don't even know what the hell if he can do, but you know you can eat a dough, open, close, you don't even know why it's open, no, there's a lot of time where you always hope I'd flow, so I freaking got it on the beat and I'm not really on the song, but there's a lot of times you probably do want me to get on, but man, listen, all right, you did a good job there, hold on. So, that was interesting. It's like half a real song and then half like a very like playful record. You know, and so it shows a little bit of two sides of yourself. I always like a playfulness and, you know, most artists or whatnot, because I feel like we can make the funnest records. We have a certain level of entertainment where, you know, people like to laugh both at and with us, depending on what we're doing, right? And it's all in the love. But I feel like there's half of me that liked the natural aspect of what you were doing on the chorus. Like I knew what that it should have like a real singer, like actually singing and doing the right melodies, and you're more off tone. But then there was this part of me that felt like, I don't know, like the fact that you don't feel that you don't feel like any type of way about it is kind of refreshing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, without, she's doing it essentially without a care, and it kind of works. You know, I don't know how everybody's gonna feel. You know, other people might be like, "Oh hell nah, you better like get in there and get a real singer, or like do it for real, or go in the right tone," because we know where it should be. Yeah, like you're trying to do basically a little bit of the melody that the beat is doing, but sort of, you know, slightly singing it, and you know. But again, as I said, there's a little bit of a playfulness with it that I think works. Thank you for providing us with about 3 minutes and 23 seconds of beat, because there are a lot of people who try to shorten the freaking crap out of their records. And I always say, you don't have to. As long as you are an artist, if you have something to say, if you have a personality, you're the entertainer. So it's your job to figure out those ways to get us to the end of your song without feeling, what the hell is this? Let me cut it, go to the next song or record, and vice versa, right? Every one record that you make as well, you want to make sure that you're doing your best in case it's the last record that people end up hearing from you, right? If it's the only song that they have to get a representation of what you are, it's the record that they have to be able to vouch for you with if somebody's asking them like, "Oh, who you listen to right now?" and stuff like that, right? If you're in that, you know, always do things that you believe in. Who are some of your influences? I'm curious. You know, definitely has to be something very hip hop centric with how you rap. And I appreciate that. I think the last thing I'll say is, I think we always appreciate any female artist that doesn't just automatically go to like the Ice Spice Sexy Red sort of aisle of songs. It doesn't have to be strip club, you know, oriented. We really just want to hear artists get in there and rap and make fun songs that we can really listen to, and some that will be very relatable, and you can connect with people if you make sure that you have visuals to these records. You know, just have fun and be creative there too. You know, remember that Master P, right? Master P technically was indie when he was doing his thing and getting everything together. And slowly, he was a very good businessman and knew how to make certain things freaking happen, and went from music videos to wanting to do movies. We saw certain people that took those avenues. Some people had been, you know, successful. Others maybe not so much or whatnot, right? You would know by the ones that either went to theaters or went straight to DVD, pretty much, you know, at first. But I got the hookup was in theaters, so I remember that Friday also, even though that wasn't done by Ice Cube was still in it, and he did a movie before that as well, Boys in the Hood, which was a classic, and showed that artists could get in there, do their thing, tell a story, and feel very much like a character in the film, and not just here, well, we're just watching it because the rapper. Tupac did an amazing job with most of what we saw him in. LL Cool J as well. Ice-T, I feel like always plays Ice-T regardless. He's kind of hard to like get out of you know, the character. I don't ever see him as someone different. It's just like just say you're Ice-T and that's your character. You're cool enough. I think you have that. 50 Cent. Half and half. I think I always see 50 Cent when he's in a scene. How do we get into this conversation? I don't even remember. Anyways, we love y'all, and we're still in the lineup. If you're rocking with us right now, man, send y'all record to our Narrow. It's narrow.fan/ThatDorkyReviewShow at. That's it. It's just ThatDorkyReviewShow. And you can submit It is free to submit. You can skip the line if you want to get played quicker or get more than one of your records played throughout the show or in a back-to-back fashion. Try to be patient if you're in that free line, though. And if we get to a certain amount before the end of the stream, of course, we'll do a giveaway on the show. You guys can win some skips and such like that. Where is the thing I'm looking for? Ah, there we go. Okay, so what did you say? What did you say? So you live on Twitch too? I am not. YouTube and TikTok for now. I do have a That Dorky Review Show Twitch and a Facebook and a Kick, all that. But I wanted to focus on, you know, minimal platforms and whatnot, you know, that I would be consistent in posting with. So I said, let me do YouTube and TikTok. You know, I'm always posting on it. Might as well make sure that those are the ones that I go live on. And then I'll still post via the other ones as well. Maybe I could still use Twitch for the post, but I don't even know how like that like works on the platform and like, you know, where y'all see it. I'll see what's up about that. But and then of course, if y'all request it, maybe I'll bring Twitch back on certain days or whatnot. You know, we could do like Twitch Tuesdays or Thursdays or something, and maybe go live like 30 minutes to an hour earlier on the Twitch side. You know, we can do the same thing for TikToks, you know, and stuff like that. I didn't get to use the TikTok studio too much, so I want to get in there and you know, finally be able to bring y'all up in the stream too, talk about the records, or you know, guest review some songs and stuff, right? Would you say I love Left Eye, Lauryn Hill, Tupac, Kanye? I could hear some of that. Man, Lisa freaking Left Eye Lopez, man, I thought she was amazing. She's definitely an artist that I would have loved to make a song with before she passed. Rest in peace to Gangsta Boo as well. I could definitely hear you two making something that would have been dope. And like, how come I find it crazy that like it feels like Tupac had probably the most records out of anybody, because for years after he passed, there were still many songs and albums that were like still continuing to get released. But like, we lose, you know, Left Eye, we lose Aaliyah, we lose, you know, this artist and that artist, and it's almost as if like, what happened? Like, did they not make as many records? Did they not have that same kind of situation? What were we really like? What was the workflow with each artist? You know, but it does give you a thought process of like how much music you really should be making, not necessarily releasing all at once, because like, yeah, there are people who will freaking do that and consistently sort of like release things, and yeah, you kind of oversaturate your own audience. You don't leave something for over time. You want to have things that you can have that are ready to go in case you do have a situation where, okay, you get signed or whatnot, right? Literally, if you already know what you want to do, you know the theme of the next album, you have it all good to go, you're gonna look prepared. You know what I'm saying? You won't have to play catch up, and you'll just need to figure out, you know, where you go with certain things. Let me see. Talk to the Stars, Black Weirdo. Let me see what you got. Are we in the same lane? Name is interesting. Let's see.
When fuck shit.
Where did you go?
When I get lonely, I talk to the stars. Conversate with a plug, give me shit, I go tell me the Mars.
So I'm glad she is staying true to that hip hop shit instead of conforming to the unfortunate normality of female singers in this area.
I promise you don't wanna smoke, I ain't making no drugs, you might actually die.
Nah, I'm just fucking around.
But everything I'm a bold by. Don't ever think life on the sweet. Cause living it come with a price. Cause demons they creep in the night. Pray before saying goodnight. Just keep on rolling the dice. You'll never know, you might get rich tonight. You'll never know unless you go and try. Get rich without try and go out with a fight. If life is a bitch, then maybe I might fuck around and go fuck it up. I'm walking the club, turn shit up. I'm not from States, to keep it a book. She get out of place, she chasing me up. Bitch, get the fuck out. She fishing for clout, she fishing for gold. She got a bounce and come along, so you know for sure it's a decent amount.
Put you back in it. I don't know where the heck you went up in the song, but you know what, man? I'm about to rap real quick. I also don't know what the hell that I was freaking even try to do with the magic stick, and sometimes I don't even know what the hell happened. I fell off the cliff and it's tragic because where did you go? Oh man, what did you guys think about that? 1 to 10. Any and all feedback is of course welcome. Oh my gosh, I gotta do like 5 things at once. Come on, go ahead, bring the clap button in. Stop the other thing from going. The other thing is gonna play. Nope, you gotcha muchacha, and I can't bring the other thing in all of a sudden. Let me maybe close that. There we go. Okay. Okay, so I feel like that one's okay. It's just a little bit of a vibe. You know, you get up there in a slightly high tone, but very minimal in energy. It's you know, just a little teaser of what you can do kind of situation, right? I don't feel like it paints a full picture of what that is, and you know, I feel like there are certain people that will rock with it, but then there may be people who will want a little bit more, right? Because if you go in there with the right harmonization, certain extra little tones, if you add the right like reverb and delay to your vocals that allow it to come out a little bit more atmospheric and stuff like that, like people can enjoy these things a little bit more. But it did feel a little bit like you freestyle, not gonna lie. Every now and then we do come across many artists this generation who do it. Some of you guys follow other freaking people. Other ones feel like you might not. I don't know. I feel like there's part of you that doesn't know how to write a melodic record. Meaning that, like, if you're not at the studio but you're trying to write it down, right? And you're doing it in that fashion. When you're writing it down, you may have a problem remembering what the melodies are that you hear in your head by the time you get to the studio or home and stuff like that. But like, I think what I would do is like have an app ready for just the jotting down of some of those ideas. Anytime I had a certain cadence in my head or wanted to remember exactly how I said it, I would literally not only write it very specifically in a certain way, I'll even write notes of like, start right here where the kick does this, or where the sample comes in at this part, or the actual second where the rap is supposed to start. I'll record how I'm coming in, where I come in at the beat, just to get that right start and to see where it's at. And even just record a reference version of it so I can come back and re-record it later, and it's just for like the remembrance of the placement. But I think when you can truly sit and write something and then you got all the right words, it comes together, people want to sing it with you, and then there's a little bit of a cleverness, right? Again, you got to remember, the better songs that you write sort of open up more doors for people who might want you to write songs for them. And those of you in the melodic genre have people who are more open to it than people in like the straight up rap genre. Like if there's, you know, most people want to come up with their own bars, like straight up, and be that kind of, you know, artist, and are looked down upon if they can't. If you go to ChatGPT or you have help with your lyrics and you call yourself the best MC, best lyricist, then you can't. You're lying, right? and often it's all about what you can do yourself. But melodically, I feel like most people are open to like the help with writing and structuring a record. For me, I'm not open to that, right? I would rather, like, if someone came to me with a record that they thought would be perfect for me, I'd rather they be on a song with me, and then I still get in and write my own verse. I'll like a concept that somebody else has come with, but I would rather them be on the song, with me, and get the best of both worlds, and not having them like hide behind something or whatnot. There's always a good way to sort of meet in that middle ground. What do you say? You said the soft clap sounds so off-putting on that one, and you said, yeah, wish the clap was switched on the beat. Let's see. And let me know what had happened. Let me go ahead and refresh this right quick. Also, to make sure, DJ Polo, you sent to our Nero, right? Because I saw you sent to the email earlier. No, don't do that. Send to our Nero. You must send to the Nero to get in your line. I'm pretty sure you probably did it, but we'll see what's up. All right, Gone Wallace, you're up next with Return of the Dragon. It's the Return of the... Oh, no. Oh, remember this one. Well, no, is this from the same album, maybe? This was from the one where you had the Green Ranger song or whatnot. Hold on. Let's see what you did this time.
Whoa.
Don't make me come after you. And I'm not playing.
That's trippy. It's so trippy. Shout out to all of the artists who don't get me, and sometimes I'm so trippy. Figuring out ways to go back in it. I won't rap it. It's
ran the 6-man. I wouldn't try that. We strong like Rob back. Put it on the IMAX and widescreen and rolled it back and gave it to your chiropractor. He admired that cause he used to smoking on the minor pack. And when he see the dragon come up from the ocean, he said the plug is back. I had to.
You had to go back, man. You know I don't rap, man.
Coming from the ocean, she said the plug is back. Plug is back. Dragon's back.
How you gonna send to my email right after I just said? You got it. I'm gonna send you an email back. If you look up at the screen and don't freaking see my email, I ain't telling to be big, like send to the narrow. There's a lot of people who you freaking see in life you like, man, you're my hero. Where you gonna go, freaking you know? There's sometimes people that see your flow and still think you a zero. What do you guys think about that right there, Gone Wallace? I think it was all right. There were certain aspects that did kind of get a little bit annoying. It was really the high pitched sort of like sound, right? So that
it's hard to return a car. So be sure to experience.
It was weird, but then it also kind of had an alluring kind of effect. I really don't know how to explain it. There was this part of me that didn't want it there, but then like the weirdness, but not enough to like consistently hear that. Like I don't think I could, have that on repeat. And it is a little bit slow. I do believe that parts of this project could be like the theme could be really in between that sort of like weird, let me have fun, pay homage to certain aspects of hip hop, but make it slow and trippy, and to just have a 420 kind of like couch locked vibe or whatnot. You know, people who wanted something a little bit more hype will feel like it's boring, right? So it comes with the territory. I think it's to be expected with anything that we do. If we have something with too much energy, or a lot of it, if someone wants a vibe and wants to, you know, roll one up and light an incense or something like that, then that kind of song is going to be too much, right? I've heard songs that they're talking about weed and stuff, but it's more hype. And I'm like, at what point are people listening to that when they're rolling up? Because when I think of 420 centric records, I tend to think, yeah, like weird, slow, trippy reggae records, things that have a good vibe and, you know, kind of make you want to chill and vibe out. Hold on, let me give y'all, because I got playlists that I make from you guys for these exact reasons, right? So here's a decent 420 record, right?
Yummy cow, ayy. 1 split, 2 splits, 3 splits, roll up, backwood, bamboo, you pick, roll up, rock on, switches, Dutches,
still modern,
I'm up in the closet,
today,
roll up,
melodic,
1 split, 2 splits, 3 splits, roll up,
right. You got a little bit of an anthem with something like that. If you wanted something more rap centric, silly, sort of in my lane, this is not me, but shout out to Bueno.
I keep a stash, gone fry, fig farm for the sunrise. Drag my knuckles through the Five Guys while I'm reading High Times. I spy me, myself, and I blowing tank sky high. Royal tree, I'm getting super high. I'm smoking my tie. Somebody don't have to show me the way to the couch. I've been smoking like a chimney on top of a house. Right. I'm trying to order carry out, I can't figure it out. Smoke them until they burn my fingertips and stomp them out.
Right. And you know, some you know, kind of trippy, but he getting in there, a little bit of an adventure through the house while I'm stoned, kind of figuring shit or whatnot. Which one else? Which other one did I want to throw? I thought about Levitate from Heavy. But this one was an interesting one because honestly, if you listen to the lyrics, it's actually Harry Potter themed.
Walking the platform 9 3/4. On the borders, we take you across the water to the school of Hogwarts, casting out all your darkest horrors. Yes, I'm slick with the wrist, beat the swish and flick. Better yet, my bonds are split for your minds to drift. In the land of Mrs. Commander, growing cannabis out of a briefcase. With magical beasts relaxing, you'll fight Puff the Magic Dragon, I bet. Hagrid is gassing with the creatures you can't imagine. Now it makes sense, they always have patience. Never forget how amazing you are. The pain in your scars don't make who you are or break who you are. Just put faith in your charms, young wizard. Don't you think too hard, just live your life.
Live your life, live your life, live your life.
Broomsticks fly.
Yeah.
Take your time.
That's right. That record right there. And then of course, man, you got the classic.
Merry Mrs. Motherfucking J. Explain to the morning while my vision in the day. What's an AK-47? Orange rocky purple haze. Damn, I swear to God, this motherfucking shit was laced.
Light it up,
light it up. Roll it up, slide it up, smoke it up. Inhale, exhale. You got me on some good shit. Roll it up, light it up, smoke it up. Inhale, exhale. You got me on some good shit. Wake up in the morning cold.
All right, let me jump back into the lineup or whatnot, but I always forget how we jump into the conversations, man. Y'all be taking us all around. So we do have DJ. That was funny. DJ Polo, Red Velvet. What is that? Velvet? Probably. Anytime, any day now. Let me close this. Thank you. We'll close this. And kind of want to leave that up for now. All right, let's see if this works. Is this just a beat or a song that you've produced? Can I turn this up without?
Yeah, you tell me when your piece of cheese is going to eat the piece of bean. I don't know what I'm talking about now, and you don't know what is it.
Listen, he's always good at the R&B. R&B, I don't know what I'm doing and I'm freaking trying to sleep, but I don't even know why she calling me. And there's a lot of time where I gotta be cool, freaking you know what, pottery was something that you did, and I was like, okay, that's cool, but the plot was weak. And the movie that you played and the movie that you starred, I don't know what the hell I'm about to do. I pick you up, but I do not have a car. And a lot of times you get up on the wreck and you do not have the balls. There's a lot of times look up in the sky and I really not do not ever see the stars. With the back of it, people look up in the front house like where my package went. When you grab the shit, somehow you freaking kidnap the shit. People freaking be like, hey, Dorky, can you rap to this? Or they're like, no, please don't do it. Like, bro, you know you so stupid. I know you gon' do it, but you know I go through shit, so you better like not do this, please. Like, man, Ludacris, he's cool freaking. I do the things that I gotta like do when we freaking cool. In the movie, I just like need to like tie my freaking shoestrings cause I don't wanna fall. It's another freaking time, but I don't even know what the hell I'm about to do when I'm playing with the ball. When I'm a little kid in the park, there's a lot of times when I was just really small and I was scared of the dark, and I had to figure out a way to get the night light. And listen, I could freestyle cool, but I write tight. So that's what I want to be able to show. Like sometimes I gotta go and grab a table for four, cause like me and my 3 kids, it's cool and not be sick whenever I eat shit, not actual dookie. So don't think that anyways, this perfect for an actual singer. Oh, come on, man. He said, shut up. Let me do it. I don't really know what to bring. There's a little time where I freaking can tell you that I'm the king. And I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do, but man, I can go solve something. If I was a detective, I don't like respect it. I don't think neglection. Any next election, you gonna like go vote. Freaking all of y'all know that you're about to roll around a butt in the rowboat. I don't even know if y'all can remember what he said, no quote. Sometimes there's lots of times when I know that I watch Lobo in a Supergirl freaking movie, do the thing. I don't even know that. I'm gonna do that thing. Anyways, what do you guys think about that? Great beat. Overall production is nice. Feel like I was being weird with that one. What do you say? You said about the 50-50. So okay, well, I'll read that in a second. With this, I like the production, man. Everything on it is cool. You, of course, are like, this is always your bread and butter, getting into more of the R&B kind of beats and production, where some of the best R&B artists that have come to the show should always tap in with you. Like, you're the recommendation. I haven't yet dipped my toe too much into like, shoot, even more than like probably 5 to 10 like R&B beats, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that's not my wheelhouse per se. But I feel like you're always able to get in there with all the perfect elements or whatnot, right? So for you, it's just, you know, linking up with those that do have the actual talent and putting them on it. There's nothing that I would change about it. I feel like the drums hit hard exactly as they need to be. Different instrumentation is there, and you know, feels very authentic. So good job, nonetheless. Now, you said with the 50-50 song with AI, do I make the original first or the AI version first? So I would say the original version first, right? So I've like told certain people who will at times utilize AI to like, you know, look, I feel like I'm more impressed with like hybrid records where you show us some actual real work in any way, right? So if you make the real song first, because this is what 1,000 Worlds would do, right? You make the actual real song, his production or whatever that he's you know playing, or beat that he's rapping to or singing to, he makes his complete idea there. Then at some point in the song, it switches to the AI version, right? And it feels like it's a part of the same song, as opposed to you just, let me show you both of what I did. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's the perfect way, because we want to see the work. That work is what is going to make people more impressed with what you can do. Because we do like to see the differences and the way that AI can elevate a record. But we simply have a problem with the AI sound that is accompanied with AI. When it's mixing and mastering, when it's production, when it is like, I guess replacing your voice with an AI one, it's always going to introduce those AI sounds that we dislike. But it's better if we're not only hearing that, right? So if we hear you in the first half of the record, we can literally see what your idea is. And then with the enhancement of, and hopefully still a lot of input from you and direction for the second half, that we'll see it. Like that's how, whenever I see people say I use it as a tool, it has to be things like that. It can't be a replacement, but it should be a like, yo, let me make a song where it's me versus an AI, and then like I'll get the AI to basically do its own parts. I'll write and perform my own. You know, being creative with it in that way. But just making sure to have those human elements. Like that is what is very important. I even went as far as to say for the other creator, I said like you could still add on top of the AI sections, you could still add ad-libs from you, right? Because then it shows us more of you throughout the record. We literally just don't want to feel like you just left and then you left us with a robot in most cases, right? And I feel like nothing is better than knowing that at least the artist went in and kind of thought about the structure that they wanted to have, and then we can see the swag that AI adds to the table too within that, right? Again, we've seen it with the other creator that I'm talking about, so I'm basically just telling you what works and what made me look at it with a little bit more respect, right? You've heard when I've said recording yourself visually also helps, you know, when people are able to see those first moments, you coming up with certain words or melodies or whatever it is, when they get to see you do those things, no matter how you may feel about yourself, you may be subconscious, maybe you feel like when you're doing it in that fashion that you're not doing it the best. Like, we love all the mistakes and like the trying, because when we're hearing the records that you have so far, right, we're still impressed. We're impressed with what we get within the record, and being able to see behind the scenes of that is a privilege. And I recommend do a new project, do a brand new project where, okay, from this moment on, I'll do like a little bit of an EP. I'll start with something shorter, right? 6 to 8 songs, give or take, nothing too crazy. Each of those records, make that plan to visually record and just act like it's your cooking show, but for music, because that's really what it is. It's like we just want to get in the mindset of what you're thinking when you're coming up with certain things. We don't often get to do that. When an artist decides, let me sing in this section, I want to go up higher. You know what I'm saying? You have a lot of those moments where you'll come in and you'll have like a lot more power in a certain section, knowing when you want to jump into that. Like, it's good to be able to see those moments and then kind of hear about it. And for you have that sort of like strain that's on your voice or whatnot. So you get to talk about that kind of stuff a little bit more. We get to see what kind of is happening with your voice in real time, and then how much anything can help elevate that for you, and the benefit that comes with that. But yeah, happy Friday. What up, G-Ro? What up, G-Ro? DJ Polo said thank you for the spin. Of course, Smokey the Bear with the piano in there. And then it was just a beat. Last beat was from DJ Polo. He's on the YouTube side if you guys want to connect with him and tap in with it. And he said it's not about the voice or mix, it's the whole song style and stuff. Let me see. You have a specific vision for the track, and I can only accomplish it with AI. So that, I mean, see, when you say that, there's part of me that doesn't believe that you can only accomplish it with AI. Like, I feel like remove that sentence, remove the bracket of I can only accomplish anything with AI. Remove that. There's always a way. There is always a way. But obviously, I don't know the full idea that you're talking about. Maybe you want to do the idea first, come back, bring it to the show, and then sort of like I'll understand a little bit more what you're talking about. But I believe that no matter what it is that we're trying to do, like this is how some magic tricks were freaking born or whatnot, right? Somebody wanted to say, oh, it would be cool if we could make it look like I levitated or disappeared or saw a body in half or something, and they had to figure out a way to make it work, to make it look like it was happening and yet not at the same time. The illusion is too amazed. The sleight of hand is not something that's easy to do. You mess up the trick and then people will never kind of believe you, again, and trust you in that arena, and they'll kind of look at you as a bad magician, right? But if you are good enough, the best magicians, and you're like, why are we talking about magic? Because it matters. The best magicians can make you believe they actually have powers, right? And you don't know how they're doing the thing or whatnot. You're just like, how the hell did they do that, right? I'll see videos where there's like a dude walking around, and then there'll be literally like a can or something like that that's on the ground, and you see he's coming from a whole different direction. So you're like, I don't know how he did this, but when he gets next to the can, he just puts his hand out, the can goes into his hand, and then he throws it in the trash or whatnot. Like he, had powers to move it with his mind in that way. And he'll do it like when he knows people are gonna be by, so he can get their reaction of them, seeing it. And whether it's a freaking string in the pot, like we don't know, but that mystery is what makes it dope. You do want to believe that there are some people who do have like, some kind of magic, right? I think ever since Star Wars, man, like that's something that eventually I was literally trying to read, like, can you move shit with your mind? Like for real? I was trying to look up videos to see if other people had had tried and done it, and there was one where some guy was claiming to, and I don't even know if like I fell for that or not, but you know, like it helps. It helps. It's sort of fun. What do you guys think about that? Let me go into the thing. All right, let's see what we got next. Let me see what we got next. I'm about to see what the hell that we got next. I'm about to play the whole thing. I'm not singing any of the right words.
The end of Oak Street es la sorpresa más grande del verano.
I don't know why it's showing that in Spanish. And it's showing it in Spanish. Wait, is it now in English?
Del verano.
No, it is not. Why are you showing it in Spanish, man?
Over my 15 years of reviewing tech, but this Ridge one quickly became.
And maybe it's because of the wreck. Really? Because of the wreck? Let me see. That was like in English though. Why are we not fast?
Mój Boże, daj mi szmat, daj mi więcej szmat, daj mi więcej szmat, mój Boże, daj mi szlaufa, daj mi więcej szmat, daj mi więcej szmat, Boże, daj mi czorta, daj mi więcej szmat.
Znowu z giganciarą na hotelu sobie trąbię. Kilka kulek śniegu, asortyment taki w torbie. To nie strefa gazy, a na bombie tutaj ciągle. Ona za pasiaka, pęto ci pociągnie. Etui na kutasa, bo ma pojemną mordę. Tyle już przyjęła, nie pomoże nawet Colgate. Tak zapracowana, od nocy aż do rana. Od hotelowej wykładziny na kolanie rana. Jak na linii produkcyjnej mordo w filmie Koral. Zapierdala tak, jej specjalność to jest oral. Mordo strzelisz gola, ale samobuja. Królewna jednej nocy i przebadaj lepiej chuja. Na ogół taką gardzę.
My bad, listen, I know some of you guys are like, get your stupid face out of the freaking, y'all don't want to see me, y'all still gotta see me in some point, I'm gonna be down here.
Morales porobione to wymówka. Live 022 po hotelach kurwy rucha.
I might be covering some of the booties though.
Mój Boże, daj mi szmat, daj mi więcej szmat, daj mi więcej szmat, mój Boże, daj mi szlaufa, daj mi więcej szmat, daj mi więcej szmat, Boże, daj mi torta, daj mi więcej szmat.
Sam na sam, szmata parę gram. Zapas manka magry i wódki pełen dzban. To balada o kurwinach, troglodycki raj. To jest wyrol vibe, to jest wyrol vibe.
Tak, nie bez powodu jestem mistrz patelni. Zjadłem cipkę jak słodki sernik. Dupę wpierdalam jak prówkojad. Nie przyszedłem tu słuchać tyrat. Rano mam film, a w nocy mam porno. Duży mam w YouTube, jak jest rozgłos. Weź ty pokaż, dupę tu postaw. Na buzi brokat, cię dzwoni adwokat. Ładuję strzelbę, strzelam full automat. Prostytutki to blik bankomat. To masz ma to najlepszy towar. Mam tak, że twój chłop to komar. Fascynują cię komuniści. Czy słyszałaś kiedyś o inkwizycji? Kocham wszystkie kurwa głupie dziwki. Kocham wszystkich kobiet mokre dziwki. Nesty na pas, ściągam pasek, ściągam spodnie. Pobaw się mym fiutem, w szpileczkach wyglądasz modnie. Ściągam dupce stringi, kurwa, ale jebie morsem. Rozjebana leży dumna z pusty na jej torsie. Mój Boże, daj mi szmat, daj mi więcej szmat, daj mi więcej szmat, mój Boże, daj mi szlaufa, daj mi więcej szmat, daj mi więcej szmat, Boże, daj mi torta, daj mi więcej szmat.
Sam na sam, szmata parę gram. Zapas manka magry i wódki pełen dzban. To balada o kurwinach, troglodycki raj. To jest wyrol vibe, to jest wyrol vibe, hey.
There's another times where I wanna try to rhyme on a thing, and there's another freaking time where you can rhyme, but you singing. There's some people freaking who don't even really know if they can be the king, and lots of times you always know that you always be beaten. All right, what do you guys think about that? 1 to 10, you know, feedback is, of course, welcome. We had a very professional video, of course, to this. We'll have a conversation about the things. Now, what I gotta say is, first and foremost, right? I think it's a decent overall vibe and record. Obviously, I don't know every word that was said lyrically on the track. That doesn't take away anything from, you know, for the record from me. Obviously, though, I'd get more benefit and a bonus sort of layer if I did know what was being said, right? And that's more my fault for not knowing the language than it is, you know, you for not making a version where it is, you know, English or whatnot. And I appreciate being able to hear records from around the world where we get to see different styles and influences that other music from around other side or other parts of the world will sort of, you know, cross breed here and there. I thought the mix was fairly decent. Vocals, you know, melodies were cool, nothing too crazy there. The video was very professional, and you know, I've started thinking about like the ski mask era, and I always tend to feel like it's a little bit of a cheat code. I know there are a few different layers when it comes to it, because there are some people who are most, you know, they from the streets, right? You know what I'm saying? They out there doing some things maybe everybody ain't supposed to know about, and but they also love to make music, and so the best of both worlds is like, let me still do the music that I love, but I'm gonna do visuals too, but I gotta wear this mask so nobody knows, you know, what it is. The problem is, the way that I always see things is like, how do we know you're really rapping under that mask, right? Because we can't always see the mouth moving, and so you could just be moving your head and then freaking, you know, it's a little bit of a cheat code. Anybody under a mask is a cheat code. If we're not really able to really see you rap. I mean, it's not a deal breaker, but it is something that I always think about. Like, it's a little bit of a job for us to get on stage and really rap our songs, or when it comes to like the music videos, the least we could do is actually know it, so when we're you know, performing it, people feel like they're getting a little bit of a performance or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? This is just something personal that I, you know, thought of, and there's an antisocial kind of aspect to it for some people as well, but we got to get comfortable with like wanting to, like, we're a brand, right? How can we expect people to want to buy into our brand, to invest in us, you know? At least the brands, you know, the Nikes, the I'm not gonna say Disney, but you know what I mean, like certain brands, if they were going to invest, they have, I think, a certain criteria to what those things, you know, would be. They know that different artists make different music. I mean, again, the ski mask thing is not nothing new. We have artists in all genres who've done it, even Kanye. Kanye's a little bit wild, but like, look at what happened to him. He kind of lost a lot of sponsors over time because of many things that he was doing. Not everybody is and does say a lot of the craziest things and does things, but I think Ye put himself in that most, you know, put himself in that position. We had 2 minutes and 51 seconds of record. Thank you for the overall time. You almost got to about 3 minutes, you know, nothing too crazy there. I'm curious on who some of your influences are artists wise. Let me know that. Also, I almost was gonna have one of my daughters do the show with me today. I'm almost glad that I didn't, because of the booties that were delicious.
Dangerous like I'm a mad gorilla. I am sicker than a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chilling, having cigarettes while I dish in a wonder.
And they like, no.
Then a kid within a magic.
Don't look. Let me see what has happened. Let me see what's happening. Like, matter of fact, you know what? There's a lot of times where you freaking just need to go unpack it, and people always know there's a lot of times where y'all be looking at me and be like, no way that this mother is an African. Every time you gonna laugh at them, y'all don't even know what they're about. GG Wave, Megalomaniac. Is this a beat? Said no vocals. I am a beginner, just trying to get my music out. Is this a level of Mario where he meets King Koopa for the first time as a baby?
I don't give you King Koopa.
No, you're not. Because English captions could work. Mario and Luigi. A lot of times you can see me. This shouldn't be on TV. This about to slow down. Not only what is happening. What did man? Oh my gosh. This definitely would be on Zelda. If they made a new old school Zelda game. Or Super Mario 3.2. Ooh, yeah, see, that's right up that alley, man. Right up that alley. 100% for a video game. I don't see it for like an actual song and stuff like that, because there aren't enough elements that are like real instruments. You know what I'm saying? You got like a real bass guitar in there. You got a real drummer. If you have those kind of things, then it may take on something a little bit more grander. But even then, again, it feels like that a boss level of classic kind of video game thing, and you're just trying to defeat them by jumping at them, but then they keep throwing stuff at you and you gotta wait till they get to that certain spot. It could have been for Sonic, Mario, freaking Donkey Kong, or Zelda, or a game that combines all of those games, which I don't know why they haven't made that yet. Nintendo, bro! You have all these franchises, and why is it the only time we see half of them together? Nintendo, I hope you listening right now. When we see half of these characters together, it's mainly two games. It's Mario Kart and Smash Brothers. You guys are smart. You could go past that. You could do a game that kind of meets Metroid and Star Fox in the middle. Like, that collab should have been happened long ago. They're both space-based characters. You also have other space-based characters like Oliver from the Pikmin, sort of like a series or whatnot. I forgot what the name of the game is or whatnot, but there are things like you see a little bit of a hint of what they can do in like the movies, right? Because they've taken like the Mario films, and in the second one, I think you had even more Easter eggs of stuff. And I literally was waiting for freaking Kirby to show up. I'm like, they could literally take any of their characters and like figure out a way to put them in this universe and give them proper cameos, and like it's perfect for branding. Because whoever you show in these films or the games or whatever it is, we're going back and we're playing the original series again. We're trying to get our little catch up. So I think we need more, right? What's another franchise, two franchises that you think that they should combine and make a legit kind of like full game with? Just a curiosity for any gamers in the chat. Let us know. Give us y'all thoughts. It doesn't have to be Nintendo either. What'd you say? Low-key sounds like an Undertale song. I could see that for sure. Yeah. I could hear that. He said, I mess with the vibe though, not gonna lie. And I could see a boss battle without. Yeah, exactly. Right? That's exactly what popped up in my head. And I'm like, and then after it goes off, it fades out and you get some other thing. Anyways. What do you think up? What do you think up? What do you think up? This one's called Bastion's Reign. Wanted the sword.
Wanted the sword, now you gotta die by it, but now you're caught in a fort that you scared you can't hide it. Are you really the best?
Good screamo beat on that last
There's
one.
only one way to do it, durability test. First I'm flying out to space, gotta text the oxygen approximate. Hope I don't lose my mind and end up popping it. I'ma take it to another level, raise an apocalypse just to be a prick, cause I'm flipping up the script. I change the ancient hieroglyphs just to take the piss. I'ma go back time and fuck your mama so you never exist. I'ma make a whole universe my motherfucking bitch, killing off your favorite celebs just to fucking showbiz. I beg your pardon, weeds are growing in my garden through your fence. I know you never really care when others heard at your expense. Like I'm vision impaired, I'm seeing competence. You're scared when you're lying in the trench, I'll be up there, bombing up the vets like I'm Ric Flair. Warm when I'm diving off the edge, I'm hanging on the edge, I'm flying off the... If I was here in Nakamura, man, I'd turn back time to the point where I could hold a herd and sculpture slowly chipping on my shoulder. Beat the pressure every time, cause I'm the illest with the rhyme, destroying the conception of time with this elevation of mind. Penetration of design to put the pressure of the holy divine. Hypocritical, cynical prime, put them at the pinnacle, but they're never staying in line. Tell me how you saying it's fine. The rich are getting richer whilst the poor are all paying the fine. Slowly echo out the hope with electrical chime, acting like it's consensual crime, conforming to a sentinel mind. But I'm never gonna be a part of your pussy political parties, talking about how you were goat in your prime. Cause I'm better and I'll show you a shine. I'll show you a shine. Cause I'm better and I'll show you a shine. Cause you wanted the sword, now you gotta die by it, but now you're caught in the fort that you scared you can't hide it. Are you really the best? I'm taking bullets to the chest, and there's only one way to do a durability test. Let's strip away my oxygen. I'm collecting all the stars, put it in my basket, I'm a Strophiton, and I'm off again. I'm hoping that I stay alive. The pressure of the open skies arise, I'm holding out for you and I. It's time we live, it's do or die. Do or die, or do we wait aside as ocean tides and crushing out of desolate nights? And I don't wanna reconcile, cause I can't shield the world from humankind. I'm doing fine, it's like I'm stopping all the fate and time.
Yay, everybody!
I'm not 18
So what was that? That could have been...
Two kids.
I feel like that was almost in between two things, right? Because there were elements that might have sounded like you were freestyling it, and then elements that sound like you were writing it, right? So I'm feeling like it's somewhere kind of, you know, in the middle. You have that lyricism, you know, aspect. The production that you rap to, it makes it easy to go in and do something like that live with somebody playing the acoustic guitar, which is always something we would absolutely love to see, of course. So always keep that in mind in terms of what are the best versions of your song. You want to give people their money's worth in live performances. Worst thing you could do is to rap to your record where all your vocals are still there. It's just you and the beat, and then you rapping on top of basically that. And you've done nothing. You didn't turn the vocals down or nothing. It's just there. People often feel like it's unprofessional and you didn't memorize your song, which is usually the case sometimes, but the true performance is always going to impress more than anything. Like, quite literally, you could make it just the guitar and you, and people would still respect the performance. It doesn't have to be an entire whole band and everything, but if you do, again, mariachi band with something like that, and you performing it, I feel like people would definitely rock with that, and then feel like they got their money's worth out of the performance. I think it fits or sits somewhere around 2 minutes and 32 seconds. What do you guys think about that time wise? Do you feel like it could or should be longer? And is it missing anything for you? I would probably say just a kind of a background singer on top of certain things, right? If you get like an opera singer or someone that's Spanish driven in there, I feel like it would it would add a certain layer to it that feels that much doper. So, you know, that would be interesting to sort of see. You never know. Like, take a chance and like perform some of it for something like TikTok, right? And then put a text that says, looking for a Spanish singer to sing ad-libs on top, you know, have at it or something. You know, just basically entice people to duet with it and see what they would do on top or whatnot. Those who are willing to try will tap in. That's often the best way to not only get people a part of your records, your challenges, to really promote your beats, your whatever you have, because we love a good challenge. We love to try to see what we're able to bring along to the record, and to see if we could have the best one, right? So with that, we also have our own audiences. Just like you have your own audience, we have our own, right? So when we duet with your content, our whole audience sees that. Our whole audience sees that, and if they are artists themselves, if they like it enough, they may do the same thing. It just creates a buzz around these situations. So it would be interesting to see what else could be brought to the table with that from others who'd, you know, have that inspiration themselves. True Visionary, I think we should have you up next. Smokey the Bear, cigarette and a bear. What is Smokey the Bear? You didn't send a skip, right? Hold on. You didn't send a skip. I don't wanna just y'all sometimes y'all done that before. Y'all just will sit there and then you will have sent a skip an hour ago and still won't say nothing. You just go with the flow, man. Don't go with the flow, man. Let me know that you have a freaking skip, man. True Visionary, let's see what you have. You said you weren't gonna send something today, and you did. So glad you changed your mind. Grant, what'd you say? Good feedback. Acoustic always goes hard. Yep, exactly. Visionary. Yep. Go ahead and make it. A lot of places where I can take it. A lot of times where you eating bacon. Why the heck did you stop? You gotta not go. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna eat. It's like a taco. Freaking foe, I will not show you. There's lots of times where I am kinda cheesy, like I'm eating some nachos. Rocco's Modern Life was a cartoon that I was watching while I got hit with a harpoon. Something freaking stabbed me and I was all under the freaking bed and freaking was scared because the freaking monster really tried to grab me. And lots of time when I was freaking taking a bath, like there was this shark that randomly came out of nowhere and bit me really badly. I'm lying, I'm just telling stories. There's a lot of times where I know that it would be very boring if I really just talked about the regular things that would have had. You can get up on this freaking beat and can sing, or you can rap, and there's like lots of freaking time when you think that I was ass, but I don't even really know about the sing. I need to go and train it. You know that I haven't really had no training. You know that I'm kind of silly. I am not from New York, I'm not from Philly, I'm from Cali. There's a lot of like times I'm down to rally, I don't even really know what to do. But you know what, you could tell me, fuck you dude, I won't even care. Like there's a lot of times where like you can have compliments and I'ma leave them there. People know that I don't sleep with bears, cause why would I'm not trying to get eaten. Yeah, like what am I even really randomly saying? Sometimes you can see me beats and I'll be randomly playing with it and trying to go around. I like the vibes. I was a little kid that always liked the slides. I go frontwards and backwards, and everybody knows about the rappers, and everybody knows that after you come to the show you will learn something. You don't know if you burn up in a jacket when it's hot out. Freaking, you know, you just need to figure out how not to get knocked out. Anyways, I like this beat and vibe, of course. Feels like the end of the show kind of thing. Hey yo, what up, sis? A lot of times, you know what I'm about to tell you that you do content and there's something you don't even know what the hell you gotta do, but people are locked in. Stop. You gotta stop. If you don't know what the hell to do or what to not. A lot of times I'm chilling in the parking lot. I'm all mad because I was trying to go right there, but he took my spot. Why the hell you had the car and then you turned it right? Cause listen, dog, I'm an artist. I'm about to grab the mic. I can make a whole song. And when I'm on the freaking roller coaster that don't have no, I guess, harness, I gotta hold on.
Visionary.
Smoking it. If I see an alien and shit, I'll be poking it with my freaking hand and I'll be telling some jokes and shit, cooking in some eggs and really getting the yolks up in the whole shit. And I don't like know if I go up in the whole thing, I'm freaking either fast or really slow when I'm freaking in it. And I don't know why, but I always listen to No Limit. All right, man. What do you guys think about that? So this one is actually pretty good for both, you know, an artist actually getting in there and making it like a real song. But then if you wanted to make it a beat tape kind of situation where people are just kind of listening to the beat itself, right? I always love those kinds of pieces of production. I always felt like it really helped you appreciate the producer themselves and not always feel like there was, you know, always a song that had to happen with it. Now, yes, there can be a really good song that does happen with it. And equally, you could do that situation where you both release the beats from the album as an album and the actual album as an album. I don't know what I would recommend though as the release schedule for those. Like, obviously I wouldn't release the beats first and then the freaking album. Do the album and then the beats after a certain amount of time, you know, so people could like remix their favorite songs if that's what they want to do or something like that. But don't forget about that kind of stuff, right? And I also am trying to figure out how the splits go in those situations. Like, I know that there were certain projects that like Alchemist released, right? And then he got like certain artists like Mobb Deep or so on them. And like, so if he puts out the beat CD for that when they were a part of the song, do they get a royalty split, or is it mainly just for, you know, Alchemist on the production side because that's what's on that version of the record? I kind of want to look that up to see. Looking very dapper today.
Why, thank you.
But yeah, this was a decent vibe, man. I mean, you're pretty good with the production, so keep that up. Show people what you can do or whatnot. We got M4W, Tyler Ulam in, what the freak is the thing? So I love that Five Nights at Freddy's song you made. You ever think of doing a Blinding of Isaac song and stuff like that? Look, I'll take requests for anything. And put a list together. Put a list together of songs or even like album themes that you would like to see me get into. And I will happily oblige, right? A lot of the songs that I did from those projects were like, you know, games that I had, like, I come at things in different ways and some people barely know what I did, right? So for example, the ones that I wanted to be more obvious was like the Resident Evil, you know, theme song, the Silent Hill one, Silent Hill Time, Five Nights at Freddy's, of course. And in that one, I wanted to make a completely original beat and because there was I just wasn't a fan of the other Five Nights at Freddy's kind of theme songs that I had heard. Yeah, I didn't get in that like sample mode with those. I was like, let me just make an original beat, still come with the concept with it. Then there were ones where like Super Nintendo, while I'm talking about Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, on that, the beat is sampled from Little Big Planet, which is a Sony PlayStation game. So I wanted to have random Easter eggs like that. There was another one I did, songs about nothing, which was a Hotline Miami kind of sample or whatnot. And I have sort of like Easter eggs to that within, parts of the verse or whatnot. You ever wear a mask of a chicken, got bashed with a bat? You know what I'm saying? Holla. Let me show the people. Or whatnot. So they know what I'm talking about. Right? This one right here.
Hey, have you ever took a bath in the kitchen, got bashed with a bat, then started taking revenge in the mask of a chicken? I'm shooting through the glass, but I'm missing cause it's at a strip club and I'm looking out on the ass of the women. Me and my boy Gio went up to the secret stash. We was chilling with Ming and we had a blast. We were children. The only thing that's changed since then is now I got a secret stash and I gotta keep that stash for my children. I'm driving, I love how it is. Anyways, what else? You got me going through this. Oh yeah, there's Locust too, which was Gears of War theme. Like, I try to give y'all as much as possible, right? Quite literally, when you hear it, if you know and you've played Gears of War, you know it when you hear. That's the first thing you hear. You turn on the game, right? And what are my first lines on this song, right? This is from the first Gears of War. There's a nurse inside of a hearse in the floor. There's a thirst whenever I curse at a dog. Go to work, play Rihanna's work, then move on. Okay. See, you can find me blasting bugs with the Delta Squad. I've never supported a movement unless I felt the cause. I know your girl's a freaking beast, cause when we made love, she growled my freaking name 30 times before I felt her claws. No concentration from Chris, I need to focus more. Most of my team goes hocus pocus on locust hordes. The game's overflow with rappers, let me close the door so me and my bros can bust flows and smoke dro some more. I wanna throw them back with Master Chief and Marcus Phoenix. Putting a chainsaw on a rifle was a spark of genius. I'm always meditating, sitting in the dark with Jesus. I used to ditch and try to roll out to the park at recess. Don't make me use my snub pistol on a locust. I love video games, but the rap game is bogus. The dudes on the top wanna act like they blow just amazing, but there's so many factors that I don't trust. Like, what the hell are you even making music for? What kind of target audience are you shooting for? And what you doing on the Loki? Are you scoring Thor? And did you actually get up in a rock show?
Alright, that's it. But yeah, going back to that again, man, I honestly didn't realize how many Gears of War references I actually had in there. You know what I'm saying? Good job, me. Man. I kept it going or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Even threw a Master Chief, reference in there or whatnot. But right next to Marcus Phoenix, who was, of course, from Gears of War. You know what I'm saying? The Locusts were, some of the enemies or whatnot. If you're more of a Mario kind of person,
hurry up and go to sleep, I know you're cheap. Most of you rappers never wanna grow, so introduce yourself to some Beach. For used to go to Domino's to go and order someone's pizza, cancel it and pick it up for free. Then you with senoritas, mamacitas, I can call Lupita, tell her to go to my house and heat the chili up, so when I get home I can eat it. I'm discreet, but I can beat any video game without the cheats, cause I'm a genius and I can't even see shit. I saw a dog trying to climb onto the steering wheel, got the car started, rolled over a scary hill. What the hell happened to Neo Dream and Carrie Hill, son? They used to be poppin', but now they're very still. I'm in the zone at home, just watching Penny Dreadful. My girl says that I'm as annoying as 20 Deadpools. I'm unemployed, but I'm enjoying a skinny Red Bull. And now I'm going to begin flowing at Jenny Craig's school.
You know what's funny is that I wrote that song before Deadpool and Wolverine. If you look in that movie, right, there's literally a scene with just about 20 freaking Deadpools in there, man. I've said things in songs that somehow have like come true in the future. There's a record where I'm like literally talking about two different things. I don't know how you threw me into this freaking thing over here, man, because I'm just thinking of all kinds of ideas. I don't usually get to talk about these things with the songs with people or whatnot, but going through certain things from the album, it brings up the conversations that I sort of can't have about something. But I thought about it, right? Because there was a cutaway that I have with a verse on one of my songs. I think it's A Boy in His Blob, right? And on that one, original beat, but on the second verse, it's a simple line, right? Hold on. Boy and his blob. Right? I'm just showing y'all for examples, right? So where's my second verse?
For my awesomeness, I place sands in my face, blob. Why? Blob. Black Panther, lap dancer, that man sure has cancer. Ask answers, get questions, big weapons, blast master, quick faster.
So when I was doing sort of like a random thing in that section, right? So I'm like Black Panther, right? I'm like Black Panther. And when I got to the section where I'm like, that man sure has cancer, I was talking about Walter White. And so even in like a little visual that I made, I sort of, threw the Walter White visual in there or whatnot. And then for the Black Panther part, I had, T'Challa and stuff like that. But eventually we would find out that Chadwick Boseman actually had cancer. And so if you're listening to the line in a different context, you'd think I was like that whole thing, was about him. And I don't know how people would perceive that at this point, right? Because in the way I put it, I was, having fun and then mentioning the fictional character, of course, of, Walter White, essentially, in my mind. But then in the real world aspect, someone could look at it like I'm making fun of Chadwick Boseman for having cancer. That's what's crazy about how things sort of change and elevate. But you guys know where it's coming from me on that, but that's always fun. What do you say? Binding of Isaac song would be rather to go or not. I'll put that down in my notes. I will put it down in my notes and we shall get it in there. Okay, so where's the Tyler Ulam right here? Is it gonna let me play the audio? I don't know where the volume is. I wouldn't recommend you guys send Facebook thingies because the quality is gonna be worse. Sound is weird. I can barely click out of the video and multitask when this is up because then the video pauses. It's a whole hassle. YouTube is better. See, like I literally unmuted it and I still can't hear it. What is happening? What the what is up with it? I think it's just hello? Yeah, you might have to send it on because it's just your specific. Hold on.
You see,
yeah, don't send Facebook links.
Get ready for the handoff. Quarterbacking in the game, it'll be 4th and inches, and we headed to the end zone. Ain't gonna break him like I'm Barry Sanders. Stiff arm juke him, hit him with a spin move. Do you not find it strange? Somebody called tech cause I'm West Coast chopping. The boy, he got styles for days. Released from my cage, I'm a beast like Martian. Harassing and gassing him. Hashtag AGMB, that's the acronym. Seatbelts with the fasten them. Passing
What is happening?
Speed like I'm lapping them. Laughing at him hysterically. What you can't fathom, I see it with clarity. Make every move carefully.
Bro, there is no way. I gotta see what just happened, man. Bro, there is no way you would have got past half of those cops. You had the freaking gun in your hand and everything, and then you run right past them and then suddenly just run back. You would have been shot before you freaking you got even anywhere near close, you know what I'm saying? And then definitely shot in your back after that. Like, what the freak? Hold on, I gotta turn this video around for everybody. Well, at least the other sides. That was wild. I mean, in a way, like AI videos have a level of comedy with just the moments like that. You know, it does entertain. You gotta say that.
There is no other way.
Get ready for the handoff. Quarterbacking in the game, but we 4th and inches and we headed to the end zone. Ain't gonna break him like I'm Barry Sanders. Stiff arm juke him, hit him with a spin move. Do you not find it strange? Somebody called tech cause I'm West Coast chopping. The boy, he got styles for days.
Wait. Wait. There's too much happening. I didn't even notice that at first. You went in the bank with the money. You're supposed to. Weren't you supposed to be robbing the bank? You went in the bank with the money, so you didn't rob them at all. You had it, and then another version of you comes into the. I'm so freaking confused. This is wild. We're gonna be in here for like 10 minutes.
I was certain.
We're gonna be in here for like 10 minutes trying to figure this out.
There is no other way.
Get ready for the handoff. Quarterbacking in the game, but we 4th and inches and we headed to the end zone. Ain't gonna break him like I'm Barry Sanders. Stiff arm juke him, hit him with a spin move.
Goes
Do
in.
you not find it strange? Somebody called tech cause I'm West Coast chopping. The boy, he got styles
already
for
has
days.
the money.
From my cage, I'm a beast like Martian. Harassing and gassing him.
Goes out.
Hashtag AGMB, that's the acronym. C plus with the passing him, passing him, smashing, picking up speed like I'm lapping him. Laughing at him hysterically, what you can't fathom my skill with clarity. Make every move carefully. Position my pieces and ponder my strategy. Underrated and I'm overlooked. These rappers are burnt and they're overcooked. They study my game and the way that I do it. They see I'm the answer like open book. Yeah. Beat up your bummy, you're raggedy. Wanna keep up, then you better keep practicing. Achoo, I sneeze, excuse me, please. These dudes remind me of vanities. I eat them up like they were mac and cheese. My craft is rapping and battling.
Is he listening to the song over the phone?
I never burned under my battery. Master of ceremony. Serotonin flowing, speaking my testimony. I'm known to get after it, homie. I stay moving forward, pursuing the glory. What are we doing? Chopping. Coming straight at your head like a chopstick. In the streets, I once was a monster. And now on the track, I'm a Martian. Deep in this bitch like some monsters. And we eat up the beat like some goblins. Headed straight for the top. We're taking that spot. I don't see any more options. What are we doing? Chopping. Coming straight at your head like a chopstick. In the streets, I once was a monster. And now on the track, I'm a Martian. Deep in this bitch like some mobsters. And we eat up the beat like some goblins. Headed straight for the top. We taking that spot. I don't see any more options. Riddle. With the rhyme in the middle, I'ma kill it every track that I jump on. Instrumentals get riddle, pull strings like a fiddle. Keep it real. If I say it, I'ma stand on it. Uncut figurative, busting literal. I'm 100% pure, put a stamp on it. Talking that shit. What was he saying?
Okay, so here's an idea, right? I mean, first off, I'm gonna say it one more time. Please don't send us the YouTube versions of these videos because I don't have many. Like, look how we are looking at it right now, right? I have this whole black on the sides and top, and then this side. Like, I like to watch it in full screen so we can kind of watch it as professional as possible. Let me see if there's. Nope, there's no other way to freaking do this, so I'm kind of just stuck here, and I don't like that at all, because I want people to be able to see everything properly, and you know, that's one thought. The other thing is, like, you could start a video off where either you sort of go into a dream sequence, right? Like the first half is completely real, and then you go into a dream sequence, and then the dream is what seems crazy as heck, right? That makes sense for like the aspects of AI and how wonky that it can be and how weird things will happen. Or even acknowledging, again, doing the first half where it's real, and then you're like, just having some kind of concept about what should happen in like an AI video, or like, again, I don't know. I have half of the idea in my head. It could be your kid coming up with all the ideas, and so that's why things happen all weird or whatnot. And like, just like you making the real video, right? And let's say you made everything completely real, and then when you go to bed, your kid goes crazy and adds AI freaking to it or whatnot, so then everything sort of looks crazy, and then you're like, wait, what happened? And then like, dude, what did you touch? You know what I mean?
Like there was no hands on it. Ooh, that's real though. Bass kicking like a steel toe.
He said literally what's going on, man.
If it's up, then it's up like a field goal. I dance on the beat like a heel toe. He said he's sick, but he don't got no skills though. Well, Tyler is sick, and so is the click. I put that on wood like a skill saw. My rhymes tighter, I'm a
beat rider, you're a dick rider. Big difference. When the bass hits and these gears shift in the rear view, we don't see shit. Eyes on the road with a clear view. With the music so loud you can't hear shit. Let me turn it down so you can hear this. We here now, we won't quit. While I was playing, fuck is you saying? I hop on the track and I go Super Saiyan. Stacking the bodies, we busting like shotties. The spirit is godly, and demons the same. Hop in the booth, it's Rome, Bugatti. We do this for real, it's more than a hobby. Pass me the puck like I'm playing hockey. Lyrics get bucked like we from Milwaukee. What are we doing? Chopping. Coming straight at your head like a chopstick. In the streets I once was a monster, and now on the track I'm a Martian. Deep in this bitch like some mobsters, and we eat up the beat like some goblins. Headed straight for the top, we taking that spot, I don't see any more options. What are we doing? Chopping. Coming straight at your head like a chopstick. In the streets I once was a monster, and now on the track I'm a Martian. Deep in this bitch like some mobsters, and we eat up the beat like some goblins. Headed straight for the top, we taking that spot, I don't see any more options.
See, I don't really wanna be the oven in the kitchen. I'ma burn that bitch straight hotter than the furnace. I'ma keep on moving, I'ma keep it pushing. Anybody really wanna get a problem, they can get it. I'ma take that game that I got from the streets and I put it on wax for the people that slept. Anybody really got a fucking problem with that? You can take it to the house cause I'm on the map. I've been about it for a minute, but I'm back in this bitch and I'm ready to cop me a grip. I need that money, I need them diamonds. I need to go get me that shiny shit. Then I'm right back off in your face with a vengeance. Ready to strike like a snake with the venom. When I'm sinking my teeth in, I'm deep off in them like a dog off the leash when I sick of my denim. Or somebody better go call him a doctor cause he about to have a verbal eruption. He's off in the distance, cause of destruction. Bust up on the scene, give him major concussions, KO.
My dad would jump.
No, say it right here. Say, my dad was chopping.
My dad would jump.
That's hilarious. Say, my daddy was chopping.
My dad was chopping.
Say it louder. Say, my daddy was chopping.
My daddy was chopping.
Oh my gosh, man. So cute, so cute. But like, so that... It's like, I imagine them like messing with the... Messing with the footage a little bit. So I mean, there's a good quality, you know, aspect to these videos. That's something that we've established when it comes to certain AI videos. There are definitely better ones than others, because some things will seem like, and we're not talking about your videos in particular, but there will be some AI videos that are or feel like stock footage. Then there are the ones where it's like the painting that continuously comes to life and morphs into other things as like it goes into itself and stuff like that. There are the ones that maybe the mouth doesn't move naturally to the words of the song and stuff like that, and the likeness doesn't all the way look like the person. And then the other ones where the likeness is more or less one-to-one. But what does remain is the feeling that I always talk about, and why we're a little bit hesitant with many aspects of AI. It's wanting the artist to be in the thing. It's wanting to know that there was some level of work other than just ideas, right? Because if it's just ideas, that means it's okay, the most we do is take pictures and then we figure things out in between that. But like, I often want like footage. I want you to figure out certain things, locations, and then like if you want to build around that, I'm fine, right? Because I get more of a using it as like a CGI kind of element. I'm not mad at that, but I don't want to feel like nobody went anywhere outside of to the person's house to look at the video they did or whatever, you know what I mean? Like there always has to be something, because eventually, if you know what I'm talking about, if we allow ourselves to be okay with people not going to a specific set and having to learn lines and learn how to act and do you know, if we can't even have that, eventually they'll throw movies at us that are like that, right? And then the role of the actor just completely dies, right? Everything AI is a little bit of a it kind of stirs the pot when it comes to the actual job. The fact that when we always talk about how whatever profession you're in, you're paid because of the level of quality that you can do, because of your actual talent, because you actually went to college to learn the freaking profession, and not everybody is gonna know that. We can't suddenly still give awards out to people who didn't do that same work, who haven't been experienced in that realm for the same amount of time, who simply use the tool that kind of fake some of those elements. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that it can do it. I like that it can do it. It can be funny and entertaining at times, but I don't feel like it should be an end all be all. Like, everything should be utilized with it. I do appreciate that you don't make AI music, and I haven't heard that from you guys. Like, and again, the main reason why I'm even passionate, but especially with M4W stuff, is because every single video before some of these I've seen as being real. I've seen you get like the family and community involved in the videos, and to put real thought into many different things, and I've appreciated that. I don't know how expensive that they were, and what the difference is now. I know it's most likely cheaper to do AI, but know that the level of respect that comes with those other videos, you can't I was gonna say, you can't pay for that. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you did, you invested in it when it was those, and in these, yeah, you probably are still paying something for it, but it's different. It's different, and I feel like it needs the best of both worlds. Hybrid situations are gonna be like the best thing that we can get, and so really try to figure those things out. If in your mind you're like, well, okay, if we film something real just like with our phone, you know, maybe you're hesitant because what if the quality doesn't match up with the rest of the video, because the rest of the video is AI and it has this other quality to it. Like, you have to figure out the way to do it right, to where, quite literally, like I said, man, if it starts off where it's real and then you go to sleep and then the video that we're seeing is a dream, everything that we're seeing makes a little bit more sense, especially if it was right before you having an argument about whether or not to use AI. And you know what I mean? Like, it makes it kind of fun in that way. There's a purpose behind it, and then maybe it doesn't make people feel a certain way because there's some there that people will like. How y'all fuck with the reissue? We had a chopping. Oh, let it take away from the song too, man. The song was dope. That's it. No, like they've always had quality records. The energy has been proper. I never really had problems with like the recording. Like they impress each time, and it's a wonder why or how they haven't gone viral even before, right? You know, I love the consistency, and I just simply believe that everybody has their day and that moment where like the world starts paying attention at the same time, and then eventually you know, everybody gets to see the work that you've been doing or whatnot. So, and it was an AI video, not song. He said, "Oh yeah, song or video? That was the AI song." It was a video only, but the song is real.
We had a Dorky. My dad's was at a Dorky and was like,
All right, can we get back in the thing? Anyway, next time, I guess send a YouTube version of that. Because there's, you know, it limits what we can do. It limits what we can do and how we can play it visually. And that's it, man. This is the skip. Hold on, let me activate it for real. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's the 10 Dork Commandments. Doo-doo. Boop, boop, boop.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold. I love gold. I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be just because.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
There's a lot of time.
I don't really give a damn no more. Used to be friend. I'm just on my own. I woke up this morning, didn't have a care. No stress and no fucking wrinkles underneath my eyes. Money stacked in the damn pillowcase underneath the bed. Come and get it, yeah, race. All the worries and all the struggles. I'm sick of all the pain and all the troubles. I do love all my fam. I ain't suicidal, but goddamn, yeah, it's too much to hold on to. I ain't living more than step inside these fucking shoes. See, the reality is money doesn't create happiness to fame.
So I did 8 bars, you knew
We living in this
when my husband came through
motherfucking
this.
prison and this by jail. Yeah, shit, what's I say to you? But tomorrow I'll be digging gone. It won't even matter. I'll be floating on through the trees. And you see my fucking floor. See my face as I smile down. Maybe when you get hit in the face with my ass. Chill out now. Hey, it's time to roll on. I know I ain't been here too long. But man, it's just a fucking magic carpet ride in this motherfucker. Yeah, we going round and round. I can see it from a fucking topical perspective. Yeah, it's like I'm on legit, and I can see all the punitive little some bitches working around, following everything. All the violence, all the fucking pain. Even though there's love, man, it ain't much to gain. You can't trust nobody. Your brother fucked you over just the other day. He told me about it. I hung up on your ass. Man, I know I'm being selfish. That's my only choice. Really don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm sick of other voices. I'm sick of this shit. I'm not talking schizophrenic, talking all the voices wanna be up in my ear, trying to get the damn fucking device. I said boundary, yo, I think I said it fucking twice. Yeah, ask my wife, yo, I left her with a lot. She don't understand life neither, so what I got? I feel like I'm just on my own. Where the fuck is Wilson, man? Yeah, I don't wanna go without my flow, without my dreams. What the fuck I got, man? Ain't nobody listening in when I scream, so it don't really matter. That's why I keep it chill, keep it cool, yeah, like a Chinese platter. Hey, maybe one day you can hear the tune. We can all float on like mountains, mine do. All float on together, and then we'll float some more. Probably be more than that, so I don't really give a fuck. Turn my fucking hat back, yeah. I'm just a fat white boy, 39, fucking told me I couldn't rap. Well, here it is, boy. I got more insight than all of y'all. Y'all worry about money, hoes, and drugs. Shit, that ain't nothing. This is just the rise for the fall. Look at your history books and shit. Even though they fake, look at one shit. Man, I like to negate anybody that wants to debate, but sorry, I'm gone. Yeah, you say, well, that's taking the easy fucking choice, easy fucking description. I'm telling you, that's what I'm doing. So hell, thanks for listening, thanks for giving my run. I didn't ask for it. Fuck it. Guess I was under the gun.
Yeah, good trumpet. So I've heard the sample. Excuse me. I've heard that sample before, of course. Love it. And And you know, samples like that remind you just of how amazing an instrument is. A saxophone, trumpets, guitars, piano, like depending on how it's used. People who can play those instruments in the first place, to create those and then allow somebody to sample it, man, like that right there just has that flavor, and the beat puts you at sort of ease. You know, when you do get into certain rap songs, I will always tell you what it sounds like, right? And for you, the thing that I'm trying to get you out of is the sound like you are freestyling what we hear. How most people will hear it and feel like it is freestyled. If you're rapping in a way that doesn't necessarily make us want to repeat everything that you're saying, then there's something wrong, right? Because the best songs we have that exact relationship with. Like, we want to rap it or sing it front to back because all of the words and performance in there is perfect. But when you freestyle, you may not rhyme in particular places that are, I'll say, like placed really for you, if you know how to structure certain things. And often, again, I will freestyle on the show a lot, you guys know, and there will be times where even I think I'm going to rhyme something in a specific place, but maybe I say too many syllables and then I end up having to stretch it out longer than I planned. But I know in my mind, damn, I fucked up right there. I probably would have wanted it to land here, and I would have wanted to say these specific words to then get it there. And if I would have landed that, then people would have that goosebump kind of feeling. And word placement is always going to be important, whether you write or you freestyle. The key is, if you are going to freestyle, we can't tell that it is being done. Otherwise, again, you're doing it wrong. You're not coming at it in the right way. And you don't want to freestyle, because someone like me who also produces, it's like whether you bought the beat or I was just, giving you a free pack of beats or something like that, I would feel like I wasted it almost, right? Like, as an artist slash producer, it's hard for me to give out the best ones that I would usually basically keep for myself, right? And so when I make that sacrifice, if I were to hand you something that I had planned on getting on, but said, you know what, let me see if what they could do. If you got on and you freestyled it, I would almost be a little bit disappointed, right? And so getting in there and knowing, it takes knowing what is actually dope about what and how you're saying it. When you're trying to get in there and really figure out how to become great. When you see the list that are often made of like anyone's favorite artists, they all have the skill to get in there in some way. And you got a good voice, right? We already established that, like, you have a voice. You need to get, the decent mixes when it comes to the more rap centric records. And I feel like you're 99% ready in the other lanes, in the more alternative rock lanes. We've always spoken about that. Rap lanes are really where we still need to see that improvement. And like, it's at a 90-20, it's 90%, 99. I gotta go back to that. You're like 99% proper in the rock realm, and then when it comes to rap, I feel like you're at 20 right now. Like, you still need to elevate it to the point where people immediately want to do a full-on record with you, or remake one of your songs specifically, keep your words intact. You know what I'm saying? I've always imagined people in the label meeting setting and in the setting of if we took out the beat completely and it's just you rapping your thing, how are we gonna feel? You know, there are many times where you may say one word a little bit too much, right? Whether it's fucking or bitches or, you know, like everybody has that one thing that they do that we gotta try to lessen, right? For some of us, it's literally the N-word or whatnot. Like, people don't find it impressive that we can come and say another word. If anything, it shows more that we have a lack of patience to think of the right words that could replace some of those things. But what do you guys freaking think? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? I mean, I feel you. And he said I'd cook a dorky beat, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, listen. I want you to be motivated. I want all of you to be motivated to do so, and we want to see that challenge, right? Essentially, like, again, there are ciphers and different things that some of us will try to do from time to time. I want to be able to put as many of you guys on those as possible, but knowing how many artists into the show, we are definitely gonna have to have like part 1, part 2, or volume 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you know, and keep it going from there. But you guys want to be a part of those all-star lineups, and you know, it takes that level of growth, again, knowing exactly what you need to do to the beat, to where there's no doubt in like people feeling like you pulled your weight on the song. By the way, the record, I think there was another song, there was like maybe two records you might have done with J-Dub or something like that. He sent one the other day where I thought you did kind of a decent job at whatever it was. There was another one where you did like ad-libs for like a second. I was like, well, he wasn't even really on the song. Like, why even put his name on there if he was only on like one, you know, small section? I told him I wanted to hear more of you on that, but then there was another one he had sent, and I was like, man, you actually got him good on the mix on this one, and you know, you felt like you were in a slightly better place. You know, I talked about how you know, the whole we feel like you're usually on like a freestyle tip with certain things, and that one felt a little bit more streamlined. So you said cypher sounds good, man. We will make it happen. We will be able to make it happen. This is I always forgot if I was supposed to say her name Dino or Dino.
Gotta keep that still, be there if I get killed. Gotta make that cash, pin that pension, make it last. All that cat, no gun, boy, you better get out your ass. Talking all that raw shit, whatever, yeah. I be geeked up vibes, man, they thoughts, all some angel dust. We don't fit no more, hell nah, bitch, it ain't no fitting us. Can't believe no narrative, that shit ain't never adding up. White girl on my wrist, my bad dog, I'm just cutting up. Guess I need a woman, they been saying I've been too cold. Ice screws all on me, dog, I can never be too swole. Body little lean, but my pockets up, they can't fold. I just seen the baddest bitch go from 1-0 down to 0. Gotta keep that still, be there if I get killed. Gotta make that cash, pin that pension, make it last. All that cat, no gun, boy, you better get out your ass. Talking all that raw shit, whatever, yeah. President put in that vote, this so bad when the job on the boat. Dip it a free trying to fuck on the go.
Like the beat?
Boy square, they don't even told. I said, get on the beat and I float. Be that white boy, let him slinging that dope. High in the summer, I'm wearing a coat. Get to the paper, I stack it the most. Pop out with success, you're gonna have us a little toast. Shorty only good for sex, it'll be asshole when she pose. Got your being touching the toes, bouncing on dick, she jumping like road. When I speak, I get the boys hope. Bitch.
Sometimes you don't even know when you sing your song, you can figure send all them things to the show. I mean, we gon' get it.
Gotta keep that still, be there if I get killed. Gotta make that cash, spin that picture, make it last. All that cat, no gun, boy, you better get out your ass. Talking all that raw shit, whatever, yeah. Gotta keep that still, be there if I get killed. Gotta make that cash, spin that picture, make it last.
That's right.
All that cat, no gun, boy, you better get out your ass. Talking all that raw shit, whatever, yeah.
Whatever, yeah, there's a lot of time when I don't even know what the hell I'm about to say, but in my head, I be thinking about a lot of things. There's a lot of time where I want to change, I don't even know what I want to say. There's a lot of time where I want to wait, and I figure hand into a place where I don't know what the hell I'm about to say. Up to your face, yeah. Alright, so I like the vibe that we had. I think, you know, we're always going to be on point with a beat that has a vibe, you know. Even the last one from WJ had, you know, a cool vibe with it. These, you know, fit in between that like big body Benz, riding around the corner, cruising kind of record, and something that could be more 420 centric because you do have a very, you know, chill energy, but it did feel like you kind of enjoyed the record or whatnot. Now, we had a comment that said something of it like you remind him of like K-Dot, right? And I don't know if, I don't think it was like artist wise because, you know, the voice signature doesn't match up in my opinion, right? So I think it's more or less just like the type of beat we would kinda hear him on. There are elements in there, so I can kind of see maybe that, give or take. But it's a cool cruising record, you know what I'm saying? So there is that. This would be dope for a potential feature as well, you know what I'm saying? Always getting those like different voice signatures and things that you possibly can, I think, are dope. Yeah, this to remind me of K-Dot, since it said be fire. Yeah, me and Dirty Dan. Yeah, it might have been that one. It's G-Ro with Throw Up a Dub.
Caution, don't want proceed if you don't know me. I've been walking, not by my lonely. I'm with the Brodies, we been saucing, keeping it low key under their radar. We move too tight, but we double back if they talking that record or not. So throw up a dub if you show me love. Like, throw up a dub if you show me love. Like, throw up a dub if you show me love. Throw up a dub if you show me love. Everybody hold them high, okay, let's go. Bounce. I'm from a place where they crank up the bass and they stank on their face and they sneezing. Fans in the venue, so me and my squad gotta turn up the spot for a reason. They say you reap what you sow, so I'm out in the field and I grind and I'm seasoned. Everyone from where I come from know that we taking it done for the season. DCB in the spot with a flood that'll cut through the air with some pressure. Homies be claiming a set, but I'm claiming director. Pray you ain't leaving no specter. Life is a movie, I'm screening the scenes and I'm screaming the scene like they can't do it better. Light up the room when I step in it. Brody, he carried to beam me a walking projector. How they be telling me to come correct? I'ma spit out an album. Tell them come correct. Fuck all the numbers you post and I get you a calculator trying to be a professor. This ain't no lecture. Life told me that you can really get more when you focus on lesser. Rappers be fumbling words, so I hand them the L's. He a lot of collector. We play Scrabble, I gotta rearrange up in a battle. I got a clip full of disc records I can lay down at random. Just show me the rap for like God. Homies is baffled. I be rapping in this bitch, you just babble on. Tower over like I'm Babylon. You stay around the squares like Hasselhoff. Bitch, we chop at the top, let it die. Topple.
Energy don't let
me how to grapple. I cannot stay in rock bottom. The only way out is get over that gravel. If I had a quarter for air, sound somebody judge me, the obvious trillionaire. You can throw dirt on my name, my Chevy is clean, so I feel like a millionaire. Riding, nobody catching me. They know my stamina's hella rap. I stay talking my shit when these rappers is yapping. They really just hearing the parrot. Like what? That's how they sounded. I had to up the level 9,000. Call me Vegeta, tell me when to go. I'm not cold. Shout out 40 the bands, my house and bitch. So throw up a dub if you show me love. Like, throw up a dub if you show me love.
He can.
Throw up a dub if you show me love.
He said.
Throw up a dub if you show me love.
He said.
Okay, let's go, bounce.
Let's go bounce. Sometimes I don't even know what the hell I'm gonna say. Or there's no mouth, so there's a lot of different things. But if you can say something, that's all up in your mouth.
If you ain't making noise, shut the fuck up.
If you ain't making noise, please. right? So first and foremost, man, what we always talk about with you is the consistency with your energy and in your variation, right? You're someone who, when you send to the show, I never know what type of record that you will send, because you can get in quite a few different lanes. You always have a certain level of quality that is consistent that I can look forward to. So there's that. And then there's an element that makes it feel like it potentially could be a part of a, a certain album, maybe, where you are trying to show your universality. Like quite literally, if people are hearing you for the first time, I think this specific style is a specific kind of lane. Like, you know what I mean? Like you know that flow and style and way of rapping, but you get in there with a certain level of energy, and conviction and aggression that we hope for artists to have. You know what I mean? Like that makes people take what you're saying a little bit more serious. And again, if you're in a label meeting and their whole thing is, all right, well, let's see what we're going to be investing in. If we were to sign you, what are we getting for that freaking money or whatnot? You know what I mean? And let's say they paid you to actually perform on their break for the office meeting. Like, that's how you got to think about things, right? And so if that was the song that they chose for him to do, right, you literally could see how, oh yeah, man, you can come with it with that, because you hear the energy, you hear the sort of love for the music that he has. He knows the freaking style, and I feel like he adapted with it. So as always, keep turning that key and showing us what you have within there. Said, man, that energy is fire. I'm saying, like, that's the kind of energy that'll wake you up. If you're like, let me go to the bathroom, and he pops up, you're like, wait, who this? I can't leave until he's done, because what if he does some other even doper song and he turns the place down or whatnot. That's all. That is all. Oh.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me.
Yeah, Skip.
I love gold. I love gold.
We got another Skip from Dino.
I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be, just because.
We got a Skip from Dino here as well, which what is it? Return to form with Uni, or one eye. No, it's not one eye, because it's all eye. Hey, you know what? Let me get something to drink right quick too, because my biscuits are burning. My biscuits are burning. Hold on. Where am I going with this? Yeah, well, let me get it soda right quick, and then I'll hit play. All right. Let me see. Thought I was gonna ask something. All right. By the way, happy Friday to everybody freaking tapped in. Hope y'all having a good weekend or beginning of the weekend so far as we proceed. I forgot to change that color figure too. All right, so once again, you know what, return to form. And just in case, again, if I am pronouncing your name wrong, please correct me, because you know it could go both ways. Dino. You know what I'm saying? Let me know. Number one, Dino. Number two, Dino. I don't want to pronounce it wrong like that. That is bad for branding, right? You know what I mean? We want to be able to do it correctly and respect it. So. Said this one was K-Dot inspired.
Bro, don't sit right with me. No rat track, gonna get to the cheese. Never been asked out, down on my knees. Wanna get a feed, then you gotta say please. Dying, bro, don't sit right with me. No rat track, gonna get to the cheese. Never been asked out, down on my knees. Wanna get a feed, then you gotta say. Back up in that mode, bitch, I feel like I'm the GOAT. Running through the map, yeah, like Marshall Falk. Claiming they some big dogs, but it's all talk. Show me any rapper, then I line them up in chalk. I been too comfortable, yeah, that's my fault. All three burn till he bug, give me ball. Grind all winter, this a pop out summer fall. Turn to a bitch, boy, here, not my dog. You can't get a mention, one be honorable. Got me going OD, I feel phenomenal. I been going stupid, I won't make the honor roll. Tryna blow up, but you know how to go. Getting off a look, don't sit right with me. I got a heart, that's some shit you can't teach. They get on by being groupies. When you done, can you sip up on their jeans? How you wet? How you want it? How you wet? How you want it? How you wet? How you want it? When it come to being fake, I do not condone it. Fuck with my cheese, you get shit like macaroni. Get into the paper like my fingers tapered on it. I done touch shit like, come on, pull up on me. Get your ass shot down, think I'm Tony. Ugh. Two times, hold on. Two times. Dying, bro, don't sit right with me. No rat track, gonna get to the cheese. Never been asked out, down on my knees. Wanna get a feed, then you gotta say please. Dying, bro, don't sit right with me. No rat track, gonna get to the cheese. Never been asked out, down on my knees. Wanna get a feed, then you gotta say.
If you wanna feature, then you gotta pay some. Like, yes, I take Benjis, then rupees and pesos. When I go out being broke, I need payments by A&P. I hit the mic, then I change tone. Ray gum, pointed at your chains, I might take those. Like my diamonds dancing, but I see that those are fake stones. Green up on your wrist, thought you was loyal, but that's fake gold. Man, I only like the Reaper, make a legend shit like Fago. Might just call a rug rats just to break you like a Lego. Either way, I'ma be rich before a halo. Ain't going up, bro. I'ma be rich like forever. You shoulda copy, you just look at my veins. Diamonds that cold, fuck the weather. Snow in the summer, so strange. That's ice in my wrist, take them risks to remain. I been born with this shit, keep it cool and maintain. Can I afford under nothing, that's not a more free. But you can't relate, you don't know about pain. Okay. Bro said how you what? Oni, that's how.
You know, you always hear people talking about how beautiful love is. Well, dig it, baby. I'm gonna get down on love. I mean, I'm gonna get down. I'm gonna tell you some of the bad things about love. Some of the things I'm sure we all know.
Go back. There's a lot of times I'm ripping and sometimes I want to be able to rhyme terrific and I'm the sick because I don't even know what the hell. Anyway, so now that one I did see a little bit more of a Kendrick influence. Very specifically though, the GNX version of Kendrick, right? All the songs from that album and project, I feel like brought out a very specific version of Kendrick. It was like he wanted to get way more in touch with the West Coast side and vibes and different kind of beats and what was starting to get more popular at the time. I think if I'm not mistaken too, like there's an essence of that style potentially like in Milwaukee. It was another artist who came to the show who used to be, it's funny, they used to have more of a conscious sort of style, whatnot. Always had like neo soul vibes that we would hear them rapping on. And then most of the recent stuff literally is on, again, what I was saying at like this, right? More of a Kendrick kind of vibe. And they even have a voice that's a little bit more like Kendrick, so it doesn't help them if they're trying to get away from that. But then they were saying they were trying to get more in touch with their roots with the recent stuff, which was more of a style that a lot of people in Milwaukee had, I guess. And I told them, wait, so then that means when you were making any of the straight hip hop, boom bap, neo soul sort of like vibes, that you were actually one of the few people from where you're from that was different and got into more of the different styles and stuff like that. He was like, yep. So that was fun to see. More or less though. Okay, so my criticism with this is I think that last verse did come in a little bit louder. Like, truth be told, that's what made me move around like kind of like crazy, because I was like, it slightly scared me because it was ever so slightly jarringly loud, if that even makes more or less sense or whatnot. But I feel like I like the energy of the song more or less. There would probably still need to be a little bit of balance right there. Did you ever send that record to the freaking show too? There's something familiar about it, like certain aspects of the beat and with me, like somehow I remember that. So I'm almost thinking like, did you send that one to the show? Most of all, what do you guys think I like the most about this, man? There's a 3-minute and 11-second time on this situation. Matters because if we are, let's just say, right? And like, I want to will the future into existence. At some point, if I ever come into a large sum of money, whether as a company or something, right? I want to reward artists for different things that they do within their songs. So if you're someone that either adds real musicians to your records, if you make more than that 2 minutes of freaking song that most artists will make, like if you get to 3 minutes, I look at that as a willingness to work, because everybody that I see at some point, it feels like they're trying to get out of the record, right? And in my mind, the reason why it never makes sense is because I personally try not to even hop on a beat that would only make me want to make a short song to it. Like, who hops on a beat they like and then only like does something short? Like, no, like I always ask myself, how much do I like this? Because if it's good enough, I can do about 3 verses in there. I can get features if I want. And then really spend enough time just showing people what I can do. And you want to get the most energy that you can from yourself out of anything, right? I don't let anything, any kind of limitation sort of stop me. Everybody else can have a freaking 16. If I feel like, nah, I'm gonna need a 24, just because it's bringing that much out, I let it all, freaking come out and then see what happens or whatnot. If I still have to freaking shorten it, so be it or whatnot. But I always try to do my best so that everything feels authentic. And then of course, as a producer, we always have our ways of changing the beat when those other things happen, so that it does still at least allow it to be more palatable as you continue down that path. And GNX was gas, yeah. And you said I did a few months ago. I think it was just me on both versions in the original. So that must be what that was. And yes, DNX had a strong hold on me when it was first dropped. Yeah, man. Let me see. And that's talking some Pojiro. That would be dope for y'all, for sure. Cheers, bro. Wood. Talk to my brother. You know, Only Man. You said he's been dropping very solid products lately. That's what's up. How'd you get him on that record? Did you send it to him, or was he interested in it eventually? Like what you done did? What you done did? And I don't know what the heck. There's a lot of time where people freaking show me respect. There's a lot of freaking time where I don't want. All right, let me see what I got. See what I got. Shout out to Dino on that last one. Fergie Dads. We got an Afro beat.
Like the white, but me still like the black. One might not say this, one might not say that. One might not say brown, one might not say. Which one of them you really want? Like the white, but me still like the black. One might not say this, one might not say that. One might not say brown, one might not say. Me confused, me don't know who to choose. Who you want? A which girl you want? She you want? A brownie you want? Who you want? A which girl you want? She you want? A black girl you want? Who you want? A which girl you want? Who you want? A white girl you want? Who you want? A which girl you want? She you want? A who you really want? Mine affect me want a brown inna me car I fi have a brown inna me house I fi have a brown inna chrome looking good looking yeah. Mine affect me want a black girl inna me world I fi have a black girl. Diamond and pearl I fi have a white girl inna me world. Who you prefer? Who look better? Who buffer? Who are the trendsetter? Who you go for? Who are the go-getter? No copper must gold. Who proper? Gummy, who are the flawless? Who could be? Who of the smallest? Buffy, who of the fattest? Which girl have up the tightest? Like the white, but me still like the black. One might not say this, one might not say that. One might not say brown, one might not say. Which one of them you really want? Like the white, but me still like the black. One might not say this, one might not say that. One might not say brown, one might not say. Me confused, me don't know who to choose. Who you want? A which girl you want?
I don't know.
She you want? A brownie you want? Who you want? A which girl you want?
I don't know.
She you want? A black girl you want?
Maybe.
Who you want? A which girl you want?
I don't know.
Who you want? A white girl you want?
Maybe.
Who you want? A which girl you want?
I don't know.
She you want? A who you really want? Who sweeter? Who neater? Who are the real senorita?
Okay.
Black girl me say, a white girl me say, a brownie me say. What you say? Who happier? Who luckier? Who sexier? Who prettier? Black girl me say, a white girl me say, a brownie me say. What you say? Like the white, but me still like the black. One might not say this, one might not say that. One might not say brown, one might not say. Which one of them you really want? Like the white, but me still like the black. One might not say this, one might not say that. One might not say brown, one might not say. Me confused, me don't know who to choose. Who you want? A which girl you want? She you want? A brownie you want? Who you want? A which girl you want? She you want? A black girl you want? Who you want? A which girl you want? Who you want? A white girl you want? Who you want? A which girl you want? She you want? A who you really want?
Man, which freaking
Japanese you want?
Man, which freaking
Chinese you want?
Man, you freaking not
Indian you want?
Man, you freaking not
who you really want?
Listen, definitely one for the clue. What would that be called? Because you say you're from Jamaica, right? And I assume, so something in that lane most likely wouldn't like completely be Afrobeat, right? There's probably another name for that very specific type of music, but it's still in that lane more or less. Like you could throw, with the right records, you could have reggaeton, Afrobeat, and that like literally go back to back if you find the right sort of like tempos and sort of like records or whatnot. But it definitely has a flair and a certain energy. Honestly, I was like, man, this is like your version of Jay-Z's Girls, Girls, Girls or whatnot, right? You know, where he's just going in, you know, I had this kind of chick and you know what I mean? You could possibly have fun with the video with this one, and I feel like it's a good kind of international record. It's one of those kind of records that, you know, would bring different races together for you know, fun, right? There definitely would be you know, girls of each race that love the song and all want to do some kind of video where, you know, they you know, they get in there and do their cool little dance for a second when it mentions, you know, them. And then you know, I guess you would have to start that with the video and just, you know, have something fun, do a little bit of a club like performance party kind of thing, and kind of have a little bit of a story that plays out in between, you know, the performances and stuff like that. I could see that going for sure. And I know you sent that one to the show. It still has that stay power or whatnot. And of course, remember what I said. I think about time as a benefit if you don't rush the hell out of your song, right? 3 minutes at least is the finish line to me, right? So assuming if we're in the future and if I had again money to be like, you know what, let me encourage the artists to continue to continue to do what they're doing, right? And one of those things is, you know, quality. Another thing might be the use of certain elements in a record. Song length is definitely one of those things, because I just dislike short songs. And even like there are certain things that I guess a label would do often, like I mean, I guess that's one of the things I would kind of encourage, you know. I'd be like, like if you could make another verse, man, you know, get in there and do your thing. Like, we're paying for it, we might as well. What do you guys think about that? What a teeny feedback is welcome, of course, as we proceed to give you what you need. We have Sins up next with Beretta. We got Sins up next with Beretta. No stress, bro. You got Discord. Roof up. It's a different vibe. Reggae. See, reggae though. Just me, like when I think about reggae, I don't know why. I've always thought about like the slower records. You know, boom, I don't know why it's the freaking world. It's one of the worlds in Mario I was all of a sudden doing. But I think about songs that I've heard, you know, from Bob Marley and you know, I think he was more in that mid and then slow range tempo depending on what he was making, and wasn't necessarily like the club type or whatnot. So for me, I haven't always heard the party ones, but I know that they exist. Just when I hear something, if I hear a more upbeat reggae record, it probably is going to make me feel like it's closer to, like, you know, Afrobeat. So my mind kind of went there with it. Sometimes I don't really want to go and say shit. Sometimes I don't really know what the hell I'm about to do, but you know what I'm about to name.
Say my name in vain and I'm a fucking legend. When I drop on gun and we took a lot of shit, but then we're back up nothing. Sacrifice myself to see these bitches running. If you wanna talk shit, don't be a pussy. Fucking tag me, attack me, rap me, then rap me. You can't do nothing but fucking cap me. Say my name, these fuckers be acting when they rapping. Lose on my shit when I hear bitches talking, and all of them know that I got a score on them. So when they start yapping and I start attacking, they all of a sudden get damn good at walking. And for some reason
reason, as soon as I shut up, this whack motherfuckers proceed to get up. Speaking on me like you know who I am. What you don't understand is I keep the Beretta.
What'd you say? What'd you say? What'd you say?
I'm the renaissance for a fucking minute, be it us to go on never, that's some golden recognition. People say, yeah, but when they rapping, they gonna fucking this is a bit of myself, you know what we coming out on a mission. Any beat you rap on, I can do it better. Sublim me to death, bitch, I'm becoming so fed up. What the fuck I figure out the reason I get up? This is motherfuckers versus me, I'd never. I could never live that fucking way, being such a petty little snake. Like a cancer that won't fade away, you want nothing but a waste of space. I'll be rapping till I'm sent out and committed, even then I'll still be rapping to my hardest critic. Even with my lines, but you can't compare, I see no threats, but my vision is clear. Losing my shit when I hear bitches talking, and all of them know that I got the score on them. So when they start yapping and I start attacking, they all of a sudden get damn good at walking. And for some reason, as soon as I shut up, this whack motherfuckers proceed to get up. Speaking on me like you know who I am. What you don't understand is I keep the Beretta.
Don't even pretend that I keep the Beretta like every time that you be saying I'm hot is because you know what I got on a sweater and all of the time when I don't even know what the hell I ever do, but you know they won't let us like do anything, but you know what I really like freaking hamburger. I do not like lettuce, but
they bluffing for nothing, no credit was granted. A chance with better new vision that's handed by gods in a church or a temple. The pencil essential, what pains understanding. The streets wanna be for some dough and some sandals. We broken the grave but connected like panels. The image it beam to the section off animals, glancing and feeding for taste of abandoned tools. All about us to be catching from the mother grab, leave a paralyzed up in the chamber with the mother rats. Riding what you getting gripping on the multiply, but something when I wanna run a within the devil pass. Wanna level a permanent and a cemetery. Everybody hide away, life isn't for the solitary. Sit with every sinner, pretend to repent. It's kind of every time I lock a dinner, 100 souls in a mental dairy. Like I said, a coffin, a runaway, give resemble, carry shadow. When I'm talking, I'm sucking, and when I've been a fairly bitch, you with the auction. The sun is moving, and by a ferry, got nobody hearing a screaming, a hit Mariah carry notes when the agony spreads like a sickness and takes over quick with the sufficient swiftness. I've been this afraid of I will just witness Olympic for gold in this perfect precision.
Keep sneak dissing, you might bring the wolf back. Hand to drop, they're waiting for cats to act like the West rap. People preach peace, but keep gossiping like bitches. Keep my peace clean, but speak mean, I'm ill on them bitches. Tight circle, I only fuck with a few people quick to
might have been a little bit long to switch up.
Ravaging at your passion and laughing at you, not cause of your lack of skill, because they don't think in Aussie I rap some newsflash, bitch. I'm better than all of you. Who's that kid? Sins, fed up with all you do. Fuck silence, I choose violence and think later. All this crying and whining for bitch boy low life haters has me growing tired of the internet. I know if you fuckers met me in person, you would pose no threat. You ain't the best, you ain't no go. Your music is a fucking joke. Take a break and watch your throat, watch your neck and bro, don't choke. Smoke.
all right, man. What do y'all think about that? Give y'all last minute. A Puerto Rico. Oh, a Puerto Rico. All right, so here's my thing. If you're gonna do like the switch up kind of thing, I feel like you need equal parts of both sides kind of thing, right? I don't think it's something that you can go and do a good amount of the first half, right? A good old big old chunk and make it feel like it's the only song, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, you know, you bring in a last little freaking thing or whatnot. Because then the longer you take, the more it feels like it's just switching to a whole nother song in general. Nobody's gonna feel like it's the same record. And they'll just think it switched to the next track on the thing, and then when that happens, they're gonna feel like, what the hell was that? Because they're only getting a short amount. But I like both halves, right? I like that first half because it shows your ability to go in there, rap fast, you know, show some of those things. I like how you got in there, of course. And then the second one gets into pretty much straight boom bap, 90s, you know, old school flair, whatnot. I you know, liked it, and it's still dope to see what you are going to do in here. And you said I got down on the record, yep. And you said originally was one verse, then the switch. Okay. Well, what if? Here's a thought. What if you take one section, right? You take the first, you take a little bit of the first record, you know what I mean? And then somewhere in the middle, you switch to the second one that you had. And then when that one ends, it goes back into that, the rest of the first record. right? So that way it's almost like it's switching channels and they're going back and forth or something like that. Or it's going on, it's doing one thing and then it goes to like a quick random commercial for a second or whatnot, and then you get bored of the commercial, so you switch back into like the other track. You know what I mean? Like there's a fun, creative way to do it. And I feel like that's what we should have or whatnot. And say, yo, I fuck with this or whatnot. What the idea, like that I think would be something decent. It wouldn't be too hard to do. You just got to figure out where to cut it, and then like to have either the radio switching sound or like the TV when it's going to like the static, and then you go to the right channel when you're trying to adjust it, kind of thing. You know, figure it out. Figure it out. Listen, man, you know that blah 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 blah. We have Laylo. What's going on now? Cheers, sampler. I mean, I feel like Laylo might be doing the same thing.
Whoopsie daisy, fuck you, baby. Especially in my presence, this game so crazy. Now let me speak about it real quick. Any nigga disagree, let me know real shit. You feeling this? That's a go. And where them niggas talking about they peeling this? That's a no. Man, I got your hoe after the show. It's no looking back once them niggas crack the door wide open. Looking ass lay low ride. ATL on my heart out today, go ride. It's a 10-to-1 ratio ride, no fucks given. Sorry, shorty, you gotta be stuck with it, yeah. And how can I lose with this? I'ma be cool with this. Paint the city blue with this. Can't give a fuck about who you with. All I know is that you niggas stepping in a slew of shit. Yeah, I press my foot on the gas. Nose in the air, high side, know you mark asses. Remember when these niggas whipped the hard fast? Now these motherfuckers got a podcast. Where they do it at, huh? Cause they ain't talking about shit. I see you around town, you ain't talking about shit, no. Remember when these niggas whipped the hard fast? Now these motherfuckers got a podcast. Man, motherfucker just got caught up the other day, man. Shit, had about a half a kick on him. Now he back out shit like the shit cool. I ain't going. And some of these niggas be saying they rap though. Had the po-pos rush the back door. Facts though. And I got a vendetta against the last hoe. I told on the lope to save his ass, bro. Damn. And I'm addicted to the money like fast, quick. Throw the crack cocaine in the bowl of acid. No more taking these last trips. Jake in the back room taking his last hit. And they battle around the door, rush the complex. Won't even tell you what they found next. What they find, man. Plenty bands and plenty objects. Rulers, box of baking soda and some Pyrex with residue. 10 is what he finna do, but he got Jordan tennis shoes. Vlad TV interview. All the while I'm on the Grey Goose. Nigga was solid, now the nigga lips way loose. These niggas out here playing both sides of the fence. The time that he spent don't ride worth the shit. And I done got hit, but I pled the fifth cause I am a G. You don't hear me no head. These niggas out here playing both sides of the fence. The time that he spent don't ride worth the shit. And I done got hit, but I pled the fifth cause I am a G. You don't hear me no head.
Everybody.
What you guys think about that right there, man? Like, that was funny. Cause like he did something more or less. It's more of a sampler kind of thing, right? So he is trying to give you like a look at, you know, a sample of two songs, or like see a little bit of what he can do, of course. You know, however you guys decide to present these, it really just needs to be in that professional way. Now, when you've sent me these, though, I've always said, man, I want to hear the full version of each record, right? And I don't want them to both be just like short versions of the thing. I feel like you get in there, and I think some of the production you're starting to hop on feels like if you were getting produced by Dre. And you know, big salute to Dr. Dre, we in here, yo. I don't know why that sounded so corny for whatever reason. Dr. Dre, I made him sound freaking holy. Yeah, man. Yeah. Dr. Dre. I'm tired is what's freaking happening. Yeah, but I thought you did a good job. Good job. That's it. That's all we must say to you. We have F with W. FW, let's W. I don't know where this is going because, okay, I guess it's trying to open up Spotify. There's a lot of people trying to eat with people. This is dripping so pretty with the president. Let's see what you got.
Rose gold day, guns like Scarface. I know life ain't fair. I know life ain't fair, so I hope you don't compare. Check my wrist and air, little bitch. I know you aware. Big body truck like the president. Got that shit right out the ground, but she say I'm heaven sent. When you talking to me, mind your tone, please mind your etiquette. Drippin' so pretty, the weatherman. I ain't playing no games like I let him in. And my mama said I'm such a gentleman. Okay, let's go. Rose gold dated, guns like Scarface. I know life ain't fair. I know life ain't fair, so I hope you don't compare. Check my wrist and air, little bitch, I know you aware. I'm on your block and I'm kicking shit. Presidential tenant, you can see in this bitch. Been a minute, but I'm back in this bitch and I'm bloodied up. VVS on my other wrist. Got my Glock on me, no funny shit. I'm pulling up, baby, hop in my other whip. Pink lips and color her kitty lips. I'm going up, bitch, you don't need to tell me this. Baby, I just can't seem to find my soul. Stepping on shit, but lifted up on my toes. Been a little minute since I picked up my phone. Wrist so slick, got my body temperature froze. Okay, let's go. Rose gold dated, guns like Scarface. I know life ain't fair. I know life ain't fair, so I hope you don't compare. Okay, let's go. Check my wrist and air, little bitch, I know you aware. Big body truck like the president. Got that shit right out the ground, but she say I'm heaven sent. When you talking to me, mind your tone, please mind your etiquette. Drippin' so pretty, the weatherman. I ain't playing no games like I let him in. And my mama said I'm such a gentleman. Rose gold dated, guns like Scarface. I know life ain't fair. I know life ain't fair, so I hope you don't compare. Check my wrist and air, little bitch, I know you aware. Yeah, pulling up like the president, all black tint. When you see drip, salute. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, let's go.
But you go. All right. Nothing too crazy with that. What the freak? I don't know what that was, but it sounded pretty cool for a second. So that was just a little bit of a vibe. Nothing too crazy. Feels like a record that we potentially would have heard from another artist, right? So there's always something that you know, will be a little bit familiar depending on what we have. I didn't have too many issues with it outside of maybe wanting to hear some harmonization, right? Because sometimes you go in, you sort of use the vocals, you have ad-libs here and there, but no harmonization, which gives you other tones to play around with and other things for backup singers to do. Because what would they truly do if they're not in the actual record themselves, right? So there is that, right? All right, man. Looks like this will be the last one.
Hey, did this shit before. We gonna try it for the second time though. Fuck it. I ain't never need a team, I can manage it. Fake shit on a real nigga name, that's embarrassing. 12 years old, I got my first chain and I cherished it. That was when it was trying to tap my brain like what fair is it? Trying to gang bang, the white folks look at it like terrorism. Labels know I'm bound to get them paid, they won't share a nigga. I'm out there like I'm pushing lemonade, but ain't shit sweet though. I whoop a nigga ass like MMA, I got cheat codes. I ain't got no training, battle tested, bitch you gotta test it. As a Jedi I went to school, but every month got arrested. I ain't never do no testing, I'm not one for testing. You get your ass whipped for the bell ring and get taught a lesson. If you see me with them demons, better call the reverend. If you know what nigga name, then you caught the message. If I get rich, won't say a thing, cause I'm not one for flexing. Let that 40 and hat bang, so I put it in my name. Niggas say they go ape shit, they dumb, I go orangutan. I'm a real animal, not no impala, I can't be tamed. If I come through a nigga block, then that Glock gon' be what I swing. I done lost my brain, respect to all the games, I'm not insane. I don't get no break, even when I'm sick, I feel like MJ. I'ma make some flame jump out that blick when I swing, get him way. I know a couple of niggas who ain't jump off that porch till 10th grade. I'm tryna clip a nigga ass like, ain't no temp fade. Like a barber chair, Wi-Fi beef, can't argue there. If it's really like that, send a draft back or they walk you down. Or I send a have my youngin' come and hawk you down. Or I send a few, you better be on top of your P's and Q's. I don't tolerate fake shit, I just obliterate. Infatuated with them blicks, expanding my artillery. Fresh as hell, how I came out to have a bang out. Niggas know they better tuck they J, don't have a chain out. I'm a dog, type shit, you see my fangs out. I'm tryna bait a nigga with that chicken, set some canes out. I'm a cooler nigga, can't even get touched when it's raining out. I'm so real, I'm fucked up, I can't bring everyone if I make it out. I fucked up and let it go one time, but I'm trying to chase it now. Years ago, thought I hit rock bottom, I'm in that basement now. What the fuck that mean? It mean it's being hard like concrete. Nigga throw it off, I get down and eat what my dogs eat. Family be up on that country shit like eating hog feet. If you ain't been what I've been through, nigga, don't you knock me.
Always freaking drinking coffee. And then the times people be trying to freaking draw but sloppy. And I don't know what the hell I'd rather freaking do, but not me. And a lot of nigga time people that say you got these. Freaking people also know that like if you ain't freaking broke, then freaking you probably always to say you got cheese. I don't know if I freaking got keys for the car with the houses. You freaking got me. Wait. All right, what do you guys think about that? Right, freaking there, right? Not too bad, you know. Got a little bit of energy, you know. Even though you have more of a, I don't want to say like monotone, right? But you got a lower voice, but you still sounded like you were awake for the recording of the track, which I always find important. Yeah, I feel like there's definitely some potential within that. 2 minutes and 45 seconds or whatnot. So again, I always like to ask, do you want it to be shorter? Do you want it to be longer? And that's what she said. And I said, well, it's up to you. I get no wait. Well, is there any way for me? Anyways, I will see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy yourselves. Be safe out there and continue to stay motivated, man. You know what I'm saying? As with everything, somebody else was trying to sing a freaking song, man. I should have closed the freaking submission. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. Don't go. I'll give you one, but I'm gonna put on the freaking thing right now. Hold on. I gotta make it so if anybody else is trying to send something, then they gotta skip the line to do it because we are about to head out. My brain is tired. My brain is tired and it wants to go to sleep. King Yak with I'm back. Where did you go? Come on, man. Come on, man. We ain't got time for that. All right, King Yak with I'm back. Let's see if it starts. Any day now.
It's like
let's close.
I never left. I never left. I never left.
Yeah.
Like I never left and shit. I also freaking don't know if I'm freaking attention deficit disorders, man. I had a book, but I never read this shit. People that always freaking had something, but then it.
Bitch, I'm back. It's like I never left. These niggas talking, but yeah, I'm kinda deaf. I can't hear about a bag. shit. What? 12 finally let me go. Okay. Fresh out, still running like a messy nose. Squad head about that life, is you fucking slow? What? Shoot your daughter in the face. Stay up them 6-7, these streets mine, I ain't got a flick. If I'm in your face with my hands on you, ain't a beat down, it's a pocket check. Know what's up with these killers, don't fuck around with them shooters. Or we all up in your back door like Trinidad intruders. Hoppy, Loki, Bang, Corey, Rick, and Reeks. The real BSC, can't forget AD. Squad niggas want me dead, bitches want me booked. Say what? I see fur on Jackie Soul, I got him shook. Look at my son and told him, most of these niggas bitches don't put trust in the soul, except they y'all stick with their feet. Like a suicide attempt, I'm on edge trying to play me like a hoe on the squad. This shit dead, niggas. Bitch, I'm back. It's like I never left. These niggas talking, but yeah, I'm kinda deaf. I can't hear about the bag. We running up a check. Head first, I'ma die for my respect. Bitch, I'm back. It's like I never left. These niggas talking, but yeah, I'm kinda deaf. Just say about the bag. We running up a check. Head first, I'ma die for my respect. I just fuck these hoes and leave them, call me magic trick. They won't leave me alone like Danny, bitches back again. If I said I love you and you believe it, bitch, you sad as shit. Cause all these hoes I suck your dick and that's a fact for sense. We got bricks, oh no, we got that bag, nigga. Hella clips, we got choppers for that ass, nigga. Told Cub when I come home, these lame niggas gon' hate me. Cause they know I'm strapped like John Wayne, I run the field like Brady. Ain't no hiding, we sliding. You see us, nigga, don't say shit. If I want one of you niggas got, that's on the mob, I'ma take the puss. Know where I'm at, little bitch, you won't smoke, come get. Designer frame a number, Ferragamo and Fenty. Ball hard like Kyrie, chop shit, no Tai Chi. I been thug like Raji, crip in my veins like an IV. My PO told me she ain't want me, got her fucking up. I ain't say too much of nothing. Bitch, I'm back. It's like I never left. These niggas talking, but yeah, I'm kinda deaf. We running up a check. Head first, I'ma die for my respect. Bitch, I'm back. It's like I never left. These niggas talking, but yeah, I'm kinda deaf. Say about a bag. We running up a check. Head first, I'ma die for my respect.
Making shit that always wanna tell you there's no way you finna grab this shit. You randomly go up and freaking try to get the packs and shit. People they always asking me freaking like if I rap and shit. I be like yes I freaking do and then figured out that was okay. I don't even know where the heck I'm about to go. A lot of times I freaking know that I am really cold like a popsicle, and sometimes I don't even know what the hell would happen if you freaking had a balloon up in the sky. Like would you pop it though? I'm not this whole. What up, J-Dub? Yeah, we about to roll out. Hold on. Oh Lord, let me stop it. I don't know what to do, and ain't no freaking way to stop it. And at the time when you up in the sky, you cannot. Honestly, I liked everything that you did on the record. Your overall energy, there's conviction there. It felt like something that people would rock with. You know, more trap centric. But you doing your thing or whatnot, right? Like when you guys get in any lane, more or less, if it's something that exists and people are in there, you always got to figure out how can I sound like I belong, right? Not only in that lane, but just anywhere and within the aspect of just making music and rapping or singing. People often want to know what like your actual talent is, and I always feel like the best artists, you can listen to them even without the beat and they would still be dope. You can hear where like a beat could go, and would hear the conviction and them getting in there and having fun and all that good stuff. Okay, goodbye.
Rose toast, I know that for the sleep with them yawn and waking up in the Lord and see them feel with no one. People follow me to school and copy me until I stop and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, no ring on the Nazi, probably in a uniform. Born, I did it, they hope you be warned. My brain is so like a dangerous, like I'm a mad gorilla. I am sicker than a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chillin', having cigarettes while I dish in a wonderland.